Alrighty then. Hello everyone, my name is Caden, and welcome back to more our Ace Attorney Investigations 2. Last time we're starting the second case, met a lot of new characters, met a new defense attorney in Ray, a new prosecutor in Sebastian, and a new judge in Courtney. And we're trying to figure out who killed the culprit of the first case. So this case has already been really interesting. So, oh, end part 1, you say? Okay. Well, let's get into it, shall we? March 28th, 3:02 p.m., Detention Center, Visitors Room. Hey, Simon. Why did you not mention that beforehand? Right, we didn't get told his profession. He's with the Very Big Circus they mentioned. The same one from the second game in the series. No, I did. What didn't I mention?
That you're a member of the Very Big Circus.
No, it's just that, I'm not. I can't call myself a member yet. I'm just a new recruit. That still means you're a member, buddy. Regardless, that still makes you a member. What the? Oh, no, wait!
So, why didn't you tell us that before?
If I told you I was part of the circus, it would have made me look suspicious, right? Since I also knew Knightley and all that, I didn't think anyone would believe what I had to say. Not even you guys, Kay. Didn't we promise to believe in you? But, Mr. Edgeworth, you're just kinda scary. Okay, listen. Can we not do this, please? Man, you're just terrible at getting info from people, aren't you, Miles? That's none of your concern. Looks like we need to have a talk with him again.
So, what'd you do in the circus, Simon?
I'm still trying to think who's the culprit. There's not really any good answers here at the moment. The only ones, I guess, is Jailbird? Or maybe even Dogen, but Dogen seems like he's being truthful. I mean, yes, he was an assassin. But I don't feel like he... Also, can I just... Hang on, before I continue, can I just mention how terrifying that portrait of his is? That is absolutely horrifying. Anyways, as I was saying, it doesn't feel like he's been lying to us. I don't know. I feel like he's being truthful. Well, I don't think he's the... I don't know. He could be, but at the same time, I don't get the feeling. So, I mean, it'd be funny if it was Frank. If it was Frank saw it, have the culprit of the first case of the first Ace Attorney game be the culprit of this case. That would actually be hilarious. But in reality, the only one at the moment that I can suspect is Jailbird, I feel. And even then, my reasonings are completely shaky and honestly not good. So I don't know. He's the only one I can suspect at the moment, but at the same time, I don't even know if I myself believe in him being the culprit.
So, what'd you do in the circus, Simon?
I guess you could say I'm a wild animal tamer. I'm still just an apprentice, though.
Wow, that's incredible. So you command lions and tigers to do your bidding, right?
No, nothing crazy like that. No, wait. My partner is this little guy right here. Aw, monkey. Was there a monkey in the Very Big Circus before? Like, in the second game? Was there? I can't remember. And that makes you a wild animal tamer. He's more like an organ grinder than a wild animal tamer. Whoa! Hey, Money! Cut that out! Give me quite handfuls of... Ooh, wait, Money. Money. Is that name familiar? Is it? I don't know. I'm trying to think. Have I heard the... I don't know. Cut that out. It can be quite a handful sometimes. What? What? He's ratatouing you! What is he doing? I thought organ grinders controlled their monkeys, not the other way around. Look at this badge. No way! It's really impossible! I feel like we're only seeing his eyes more often now. Now that Money is holding up his hair, I feel like we can actually see his eyes now. I don't think we've seen him before. Except for when he fell over, but you know what I mean. There's no way I could be a prosecutor. Wait, you said before. Even if you give that to me. That was never my intention. So, are you going to arrest me? Am I going to trial? No objections, Your Honor. There's an objection. Please, calm down. Even though that's the same dialogue as before, it is different sprites. If you show stuff to me, stuff like that, it's too technical for me. I don't get it at all. I guess you don't have any new information about it. Sorry. Am I going to be arrested? If I start spelling some random nonsense now, will I be able to plead insanity later? If you want to be guilty of perjury, then go right ahead. That was a leading question. I knew it. I'm going to be arrested. Good grief. He's not listening to me at all. What else? Oh, would you know about the doggy? Look at the doggy. Nope. You won't know about the dog. Let's see. Would you know about chess? Hound piece? Oh, wait, you do. What is that? Is that a Cerberus carving? Not quite, but you're not far off. It's impossible, even if I'm an animal tamer. I only just started recently. There's no way I could tame such a beast. Absolutely no way, no way, no way, no way, no way, no way, no way. How does he see this tiny chess piece in such a fashion? Cerberus cannot be contained. What about Knightly Selkie? You know anything about that? Nope. Well, actually, if you had dialogue regarding that, you might have dialogue regarding this. Knightly left chess. We would always play against each other. If only I hadn't brought that to him, it probably wouldn't have turned out like this. I don't think that's the true. The only way that statement can be true is if there was a knife hidden, if there was a weapon hidden inside of it. If there was, then yes, it probably wouldn't have turned out like this, potentially. But at the same time, we don't know if the murder weapon was in this thing. And besides, even if it wasn't, they probably would have just been killed with something else. I'm not so sure. To me, it's proof of the friendship between you and the victim. I doubt it had anything to do with the murder. Really? I can't take it anymore. Just arrest me already. Haven't they already done that? Look at the dead body of your friend. Nope. That was a bad idea. I just made him cry more. Alright, very big circus. Yesterday, you told us that you were just a regular employee, correct? Even if I'm a member of the circus, I'm still legally an employee. It's kind of cool seeing all these expressions now with his eyes open because of Money there. Also, Money is so sad. We're just like any regular company. The ringleader is the boss, and I'm just a grunt. I even have a supervisor. She's the head of the wild animal tamer division. Wait. Oh, wait. I'm remembering now. I remember now. What was her name? I think... Are you talking about who I think you are? Who was the... It was the girl who was like... Shoot. Well, I don't remember her name, but... I think she had like... Did she have like a stick in her hands or something? Or she was wearing like a pink outfit or something like that. No matter what kind of fierce creature, they all immediately follow her every command. She might even be able to get a handle on Miles here. I'm not a wild animal. Did you and your supervisor take part in the animal show here at the prison? Yeah, it was just the two of us. It was only a small operation this time around. Basically, my supervisor takes center stage, and I take care of all the dirty work. Is it that girl? Like, she had blonde hair, I want to say. And she, like, cried at the end of the trial in the second game because she liked the people involved? Question mark? Ugh, if I saw her, I feel like I would remember a lot more, but... Well, I did have a tiny part in the performance. So there are only 2 members of the circus that are related to this case. Your movements. So, can you tell me about your movements around the prison? Okay, I went to meet Knightley 2 days ago around noon. And that's when you gave him the chessboard? That's right, and then that night, I started setting up the stage in the courtyard. Now, here's the thing. When did Knightley die? It had to have been recent, because, I mean, I can't imagine that you would have a dead body in a freaking prison be undiscovered for any longer than a day at most. It was pretty tough going back and forth moving all the crates by myself. I left everything in Workroom A, I think. Just temporary stage. Workroom A. Actually, hang on. I just realized something. I need to grab something. Let me take this bit. Sorry, I'm texting family. Alright, apologies. Let me get myself situated again. I also unplugged my headset so I could actually move about freely. Boop. Let that turn on. Alright, back to what I was doing. Workroom A. Does it say which workroom? Workroom A. Okay, Workroom A is the one that Knightley was found dead in, right? I'm pretty sure he was. Yeah, it was. I remember now. Workroom A. That's where the body was discovered, yeah. The other question is, where did he actually die? It doesn't... I'm getting the feeling that Knightley didn't... I don't think Knightley died in the workroom. It seems more likely that he died in his cell, in his holding cell. That's what it feels more like, but at the same time, if that's true, how the heck did he end up in Workroom A? That's the biggest question here. If he didn't die in Workroom A, then how did he get to Workroom A?
Didn't your supervisor help you at all?
No way! I can't let her do anything like that. That's my job. After I got everything ready, we started rehearsing. We left. It was almost midnight. The show was set to start at 8 a.m. the next day and go on until at 10 a.m. That matches up with what the others told us, I'm pretty sure. The only one who went in and out of where the body was found is Mr. Keys. And then the body was found just before the show ended. So it was found in the middle of the show, technically. Reasons for your arrest. Why were you arrested? Do you happen to know why you were arrested? It's weird how it happened so fast. Yeah. They did. I don't think that the past guy would have arrested you on a whim. Yeah. I wouldn't put it past him. I was about to say, listen, the kid's a novice right now. I don't exactly know if maybe he's got that novice energy, like big shot energy going through him. I don't think the best. I don't think Sebastian is a bad at prosecutor. I just think he's probably a little too eager. a little too eager, but he doesn't seem bad. Maybe a bit obnoxious at times, potentially, but bad, no. Just a little too eager.
Well, maybe it's because of that.
That?
When I was moving the crates, I decided to go check up on him.
Oh! Oh! Well, I think I just got my question answered I was asking earlier. I was asking, how did the body get moved? That might be the answer. I think I know what that is. In the workroom, I don't know if there's a picture. Do we have anything that shows a picture of inside the workroom A? I don't think we do, but I'm gonna check if anything... Wait, this thing I can check? Oh, it's just text. Is there anything that shows like a picture of workroom A? No, not what I'm wanting. Okay, even if we don't have a picture, I can tell you what it is. In workroom A, there is a giant cage in there. And we've seen plenty of these, like, tarps around. I mean, in fact, I'm pretty sure that tarp right here is this one. That might be how the body was moved. If the cage was covered up with a tarp, you obviously wouldn't be able to see the body. So maybe Simon was tricked into moving the body by having Knightley's body inside of it. And then when he pushed it around, once it got to the desired location that the culprit wanted it to be at, they simply went into the room with no one looking, took the body out, and planted evidence to make it look like he was killed there. That's what I'm thinking might have happened. At the very least, that's the only way it makes sense for how Knightley's body could have been moved from a different area and how he could have been killed somewhere else.
You know, Knightley.
You went directly into the detention block. Did you have permission?
No, I had to sneak in. It wasn't a formal visit or anything.
Yikes. That's not good for us. Didn't you already see him 2 days ago? Why would you go and do such a thing?
Well, we're the only friends either of us have had since childhood.
That's just sad. That just makes me sad.
He was the same as me. We never had real families.
Damn. What? Wait, were you two like... What? Damn. Damn, what?
I just wanted to talk with him for a bit, so I went to see him.
You didn't have a family? Yeah, what do you mean? Were you, like... You good, bro?
When I was younger, I lost the only family I had, my father.
Damn. So is that it? I know all too well how it feels to lose your father at such a young age.
So, you're the same as Mr. Edgeworth and me.
Yeah. So it was just the two of you talking at that time. So it sounds like Knightley was the same way then. He lost his family when he was young. At least if considering Simon just said that they were the same, that sounds like Knightley was the same way. He lost his family when he was young too.
Yes, all the other cells were empty and there weren't any guards nearby.
Then you got found out, and that's why they suspected you. Because he was in an area he wasn't supposed to be in, right?
What? What? Did I do something really bad?
You were in an area you weren't supposed to be in. Of course that's gonna make you suspect. Something must have happened while Mr. Keyes and Knightley were alone. That's probably the best logic. Yeah. Can't say I completely blame it. It seems I will need to talk with your supervisor as well. Do you know where she is?
She should be here today too. Probably in the courtyard.
Okay.
Oh, well, I'm sorry it turned out like this, boss.
It's alright.
Simon, if there's anything we can do to help, just tell us.
What? What? But I can't do anything in return.
All we need to see from you is a smile.
Don't you worry about that. We're your allies.
Exactly.
Have to guess, we're like birds of a feather, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Birds of a feather, huh? I suppose that's true. Yeah, why not? We have sufficient information about your past. I doubt you had a motive to kill Knightley. Yeah, I don't see him There's no way, obviously.
Rather, you are probably the most affected by his death.
Yeah. And I doubt someone as timid as you could work up the courage to murder someone. That sounds like an insult, but in this case, it might just be your saving grace. Alright, I'll get you out of here. We'll believe in you. Oh, seems like Ray's happy with that. Well, what do we have here? Starting to get a hang of the whole defense attorney gig. You sound a bit like your old man just now.
Me? Sound like my father?
He would say the defense attorney's job is to be an ally to the deserted. If you're going to ride that stallion into the sunrise, wait for me. I want him too.
Mr. Shields.
I think you mean sunset. Yeah, of course. It was just a joke. Want some candy? Are you trying to bribe me into forgetting?
No, thank you. Don't like sweets.
Oh, that's a shame. More for me. Give it to me. Oh, really? What a shame.
Can I have the candy? What's wrong with the sunrise? The legendary Yagarasu is all about the sun. Since the sunlight always exposes the truth.
Good grief. For now, let's just head to the prison courtyard and see what we can find there. Shall we? Oh,
Ah, the shutter is open.
it is. Yes, it looks that way leads to the courtyard.
So what are you waiting for? Come on, let's get a move on.
Okay. She's certainly in high spirits. Ooh, March 28th, 3:37 p.m., prison courtyard. So this is the courtyard. Just before the body was discovered, the animal show was held here.
Looks just like a carnival. Man, I bet it looks like it was lots of fun.
Okay. The prisoners were gathered here when the body was found. So that means whoever saw the show has an alibi. Alright. We should start by checking the area for... Kay! Kay! What happened? What the... What is happening? I thought you...
Cut it out, you! Help me, Mr. Edgeworth!
Kay, what do you want me to do? Move! How did you even get an elephant angry at you? What did you do? You there! Stop right this instant!
Anyone help!
Down, Steve, down! Huh?
Who are...
Yo! Yeah! Remember you? Yeah! Yeah! You're the person I was thinking of. Yeah, you were in the second game during the whole Berry Big Circus case. I remember you. I can't remember your name, but yeah, you're definitely what I was thinking of.
Looks like you found a playmate. Good for you, Steak. It wasn't playing around. It was about to eat me. Huh? No way. That's impossible. This child doesn't bite. Often.
Please don't. Yeah, and there's the wand stick thing that I was talking about that she carries around. Often, huh?
People normally never get to play with an elephant up close. Isn't it wonderful? No, it's not. It's wonderful, right?
It was simply marvelous, little lady. Mr. Shields.
Really? Oh, that makes me so happy.
So how about a hug? Stop asking for hugs. As thanks? Hey, watch when you swing that thing. Weren't you taught not to hit people with your trunk?
Looks like Steak is friends with everyone.
I am an assistant of this defense attorney. My name is Miles Edgeworth.
Ah, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Regina Barrett.
Right, Regina! Yep, yep. I'm remembering a lot about that case now. I remember a lot of people didn't like the case in the second game, But I thought it was nice. But again, I also know I'm easier to please, so... Oh. Oh. Because it was the case with the guy who was in the wheelchair who used a statue to kill, right? Yeah. Yeah.
I'm the great thief and defense attorney's assistant. It's assistant. Kay Faraday.
That's a rather complicated job title. Let's just stick with defense attorney, assistant.
And the one playing with Mr. Elephant is the defense attorney, Mr. Ray Shields. It's not Mr. Elephant, it's a Steep, the fantastic Asian elephant. You're incredible, Regina. You made Steep stop right away. Well, I'm a wild animal tamer after all.
Right, you took over the business after... Because your father was the victim... Wait, was your father... Yeah, your father was the victim of the case you were in the second game. So you ended up inheriting the Berry Big Circus. So this is what the Berry Big Circus got up to in the future. They got into more trouble. Apparently. Also, you're playing at a prison?
Really? Then you must be Simon's supervisor. Yep, I'm the head of the Berry Big Circus Wild Animal Tamer Division. The one and only Regina Berry.
It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Ace Attorney, Ray Shields. Looks like he's the one she has a handle on.
Yeah, she's perfect.
What are you mumbling about? No, you are not recruiting her to your damn thief guild.
Look at her. She's energetic, fun-loving, and healthy.
No, you are not. How old even is she, actually? Oh, damn it, she is the same age as you, so you are gonna try and recruit her. Damn it. Stop!
She could be the new member of the Yagarasu. She'd be perfect as a great thief. A great thief? That sounds like fun. We can make a huge ruckus with the animals.
No, stop!
You can't make a ruckus. A great thief is supposed to be quiet and sneaky like. But the show needs to have a flash. Being quiet is kind of boring.
Okay, thank goodness.
Aw, I guess she's not very thief-like after all.
It seems there's been a breakdown in negotiations. Thank goodness. I can't deal with two of you.
Alright, let's get started, Mr. Edgeworth. Let's check out anything that looks suspicious.
You mean nooks and crannies?
We'll even look through the barbed wire if we have to.
Yes, we need to gather more information about the case. We should also try talking with anyone connected to the case. Hello. The animal show.
Man, it's such a shame.
What is?
I should have joined the circus. I just know how amazing rope escapes would have... I just know my amazing rope escapes would have received standing ovations.
That's a shame indeed. Maybe you could be a circus performer. You like doing ninja stuff, and while a ninja is not like, you know... I mean, sure, you're not being sneaky and quiet-like, but you can do a lot of your cool tricks. You could walk on a tightrope. That's kind of ninja-like, isn't it? You could do your rope escapes. You could do throwing shurikens at incredibly small targets, right? Please join the circus so I don't have to inevitably deal with you in court.
All that's left for me now is to solve this case and take part in their next show. Come on, let's hurry up and finish collecting information.
Right. If you're in the circus, it'll be at least easier to deal with you, knowing that you won't get into trouble. This is a big stage. This is a stage where they put on the animal show.
If I put on a great thief show, I wonder if anyone would come.
To arrest you, maybe. I'm pretty sure the police would show up. Yeah, exactly. Why are you here? I don't even... No, I'm not talking to you yet. This crew looking well seems handcrafted. Was it built by the inmates?
There are a bunch of tools lying around as well. A long piece of rope and heavy-looking weight.
I wonder, do you think this is above the workroom A?
It weighs 33 pounds. It says right there. There are even a couple of pulleys.
Okay, please, stop touching things.
Stingy pants. I'm just checking stuff out. It's not like I'm going to take them home with me.
Still, these tools. What were they useful? Do you think these could have been... They're the similar... These items are similar to what we... Like the... I mean, the rope, the sheets. It's somewhat similar to the stuff we found down in Workroom A. You think this is above Workroom A? If it is, then there might be... This might be connected to the murder. Okay, I have to ask. What are you doing here? Ah, Mr. Attorney. How are we doing today?
We're doing... Hey, we met just a few moments ago.
Please do forgive me. Ever since I've come here, I've been working on refining my speech. That's not the only thing that needs refining. Right now, I'm helping out with the cleanup after the show. Oh, but if there's anything you need, please let me know. You have my full cooperation. Okay, tell me how you helped out. I'm in the middle of volunteer work right now. As you can see, I'm a model prisoner. I've been reborn inside this prison. Reborn as a thief. That was... The devil made me do it. You and I both know that's not going to hold up in court, so don't even try that.
How can you blame the devil? You're a disgrace to thieves.
I have nothing to say. I still have much to learn. As a thief? But as you can see, I've changed my bracelet for a working one. I will continue to devote myself to being a model prisoner. Again with the model prisoner. Give it a rest already. Pet grooming. I'm training to pay my debt to society once I become eligible for parole.
So you were training instead of watching the animal show?
So there were only two people who did not watch the show, Solid and Dogen. Again, the only... Well, no. I really don't know who the killer is. The only three people that have any suspicion on them at the moment are Solid, Dogen, and Elbert. But none of them feel likely to be the killer. But it's only those three that I can, like, pin something on. Ugh. I feel like I'm... Is there something I'm overlooking that makes it obvious? I don't know. The only other thing is that there's this stolen uniform. Why? I don't know. Ugh. They're the only three that I think could have done it, but at the same time, none of them make sense. Ugh. Why didn't you say anything about Dogen earlier? Well, if you ask any inmate at this prison, they don't think twice before telling you. That person is like the ruler of this place. Yeah, I had a feeling Dogen was kind of just like the one in charge. Around here, we call him the supplier. Oh! Oh, he's the supplier. Really? Huh. The supplier? If you ask him nicely, he can provide you with anything you want. So that's it. Didn't Jailbird also mention that? That's how he got his weight stuff, his weight training equipment. I think that's how I heard.
What? Is that allowed?
Normally, it's not allowed, but with him, it's another story. He supposedly has a secret route to procure these goods. As a supplier, Dogen would be in a position of power. However, I've put all that behind me. All I care about now is applying mud packs to the animals. Mud packs? Mud packs. I coat the animal's fur with my mineral-rich mud packs to give it a beautiful shine. Now with my training, I give them to all the animals in prison, each and every one of them. Mud? Huh. Could be related to that piece of evidence. Oh! I should present him. Is that why your gloves were muddy? I remember your glove had mud on it. That's the rubber glove I dropped. Where did the mud on this glove come from? Did it come from your mud packs?
Ah, that's the mud from my mud packs.
Yeah, figures.
At the time, I was practicing applying my mud packs.
Could you tell me when this took place on the day of the incident?
Since the animal show had started, I'd say it was around 9 a.m.
Okay.
The mud packs turned the animals' bodies pitch black, and my heart was pure white. I was totally engrossed with covering the animals in mud.
Prison life must be taxing on his stress levels. Covered in mud from Saw's mud packs, also covered in blood.
Thanks to the warden's policies, I can undergo job training here. I owe her a debt of gratitude.
I still don't know anything about this case, it feels like. Water.
Ribbit.
What are you doing?
Don't you know? If you croak like a frog in a pond, they will come towards you.
The only things that are coming towards you are the water striders.
Water striders are so cool. They're like ninjas. They glide gracefully on the top of water. I wish I could do that.
What about the frogs? What about the gates?
Danger. High voltage. These signs really do exist. On the other side, you can see what appears to be the detention center's garden.
It's just as Warden Roland said. You can see the garden from her office.
If it weren't for this barbed wire, we could take a look at the garden on the other side.
This is Warden Roland's prize garden. I doubt she would let us in so easily. Hello, elephant. It's the very big circus's Asian elephant, Astique. Supposedly very friendly with humans. I don't think that's true. Doesn't seem very friendly.
It's your stern gaze, Mr. Edgeworth. It must think you're the boss.
Are you comparing me to an animal?
Not what I meant. I think it improves with you.
That doesn't make me the least bit happy. What are you babbling about back there? My assistant? What's the matter? The animal show. This is nice. Feels like a dream. You like animals? A circus performance can be considered an art form. But pounding hearts, it's being with excitement. It's not for every day you get to see what goes on inside a circus tent. Exactly. It sure makes me want to give it a big hug. He's just a huggable guy. Hug. The circus. You got arms big enough for that? Having an animal show inside a place surrounded by barbed wire. It almost makes you forget that this is a prison facility. Barbed wire, huh? I'll need to inspect every last inch of this prison. We didn't see the animal show, but the stage and the equipment are still here. I should examine the remnants of the show. It could be useful in our investigation. Miles, please don't ignore your Uncle Ray like that. Uncle Ray's feeling faint. I've never seen such dreamy eyes. He does seem to have she does seem to have an enchanting presence. Also, may I ask, what is your age? I'm 36, why? Exactly. I feel like I must obey her. I wonder if she cracks a whip when she's taming her animals. I know someone who does. I can introduce you to her. Though I can promise you if I introduce her, you're going to want to kill me. With those sparkling eyes, she'll say, "Damn, boy." Maybe I need a whip. If that's what you're after, I have someone in mind. You know someone like that. You must introduce me, Miles. She's the whip-carrying demon from the prosecutor's bench. I wonder if he would actually know her, considering he's so infatuated with talking about the Von Karmas. There's a door back here. That door's locked.
Well, you picked the lock. Success is not guaranteed, though.
No, if need be, I'll just borrow a key.
Sheesh, I thought it was finally a chance for me to steal the spotlight.
Don't even think about stealing anything in my presence. Not even the spotlight. I will kill you. It's my game. My rules. Hello. Regina Berry.
head of the Wild Animal Tamer Division. Are you Mr. Key's supervisor?
That's right. Berry Big Circus was created by my daddy. But daddy died in a murder incident. Your dad is...
Why is... Hang on! What is going on here? Why is everyone's dad dead? Edgeworth's dad's dead, Kay's dad's dead, Cyan's dad's dead, and supposedly Knightley's dad's dead. And now Regina's dad is dead. What is going on here?
But after that, our current ringmaster made the circus even bigger.
Oh, right! Was it the clown? Wasn't it the clown that decided to make things... that decided to become the ringmaster? I remember now. It was a clown.
The ringmaster is daddy's close friend. He's like a funny uncle.
Yeah, it was the clown.
Wow, a funny uncle. The great Regina. Yep, Uncle Mo.
Yep, Uncle Mo. Yep, Mo. I remember now.
Mo established the Wild Animal Tamer, Magic, and Ventriloquist divisions.
Oh, right! Because, Magic was the... Magic because the, Magic was the... I can't remember his name, but he was also the... He was the suspect in the case, but he was the guy we were defending. In Ventriloquist, I do remember there was a Ventriloquist character in that case. Huh.
Only the Wild Animal Tamer and Ventriloquist divisions have subordinates, though. Very Big Circus is going to become even more fabulous. Yeah, yes. That sounds amazing.
The way these two are carrying on, I'd hate to put a damper on things. The Animal Show. Could you tell us about the Animal Show?
It's an amazing show. It has a storyline and everything. What's more, it's a love story. Doesn't that sound wonderful?
A love story? Very nice. Are you the heroine, Regina Pie?
Nope. The heroine of the show is Mystique.
Aw.
And her partner is Regent the Tiger. It's about the forbidden love between an elephant and a tiger.
Do I even want to begin to ask why? You know what? For the sake of my sanity, I shall plead no. Elephant and tiger? Forbidden love?
That's right. It's what they call a love triangle. Isn't it romantic?
Who's the third?
Sounds amazing, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Heroine? Mystique is a female elephant? Why is that what Edgeworth is stuck in? Since it's a love triangle, shouldn't there be one more animal involved?
Yep, the third animal. He's the one who interferes with the love between Mystique and Regent. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you think it is?
Well, since it's a circus, perhaps a lion?
I think a crow would be nice. The third animal is a naughty little monkey.
Oh, is it money? The scales suddenly got smaller.
Ah, Money the monkey. Nope, the one who plays the role of the monkey is Simon.
What? Then what's the what?
Money's a little too small.
Okay, fair, but still.
He's like the villain who tries to break up the love between Mystique and Regent. Oh, Mystique and Regent control their own destiny. Isn't it wonderful? I guess.
I thought Mr. Keys would just did all the grunt work.
Wouldn't you feel sorry for Simon if he didn't get to perform on stage?
The preparations, then. Tell me about those. Could you tell me about the preparations for the show?
Simon handled everything, so I don't know that much about it.
Well, that's not good.
Simon insisted on it. He wanted me to focus on the show. I saw Simon doing something near the well, though.
Well, if I recall, he was behind the stage. I better go take a look at it later.
He even moved this giant cage all by himself. Simon is such a nice guy. That sounds like something Simon would do.
While crying profusely.
During the preparations, Simon went back and forth between the workroom and the courtyard. We were using the workroom to store our equipment. Only Simon entered that room, so I don't know anything about it.
The workroom? Was it the one where we found the dead body? So Simon was the only one who entered the workroom A.
Man, the bad news just keeps on coming.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is really bad.
Mr. Lawyer, please promise me you'll help Simon. Don't worry. Despite his looks, Mr. Edworth is really amazing.
Despite my looks? Just what is wrong with the way I look? I look cool. Why can't no one see that? Look at my cravat. Isn't it cool? Gosh dang it.
Oh my. Oh, you again. Hey, Roland.
There you are, Regina, darling.
Miss Rollin.
I was looking all over for you. I want to have a little chat with you.
It said I had to check the gate again from Solid's stuff, right? Well, let's check out the well first, because it also said we should check out the well. Nope. Never mind. Let's go talk to Roland. Roland! The prison.
Could you tell me a little about this prison? Currently, this place is my pride and joy, which I like to call our home. When I first came here, this prison was in a terrible state.
Terrible state? You mean the prisoners have suits?
There are no bad children in my family. It was the environment that was terrible. That's why, after giving it a lot of thought, I enlisted the help of the animals.
Being together with the animals will soften up even the most hardened criminals.
I will say, that's not exactly the worst idea. Everyone loves animals, right? Hey, animals can melt a bunch of people's hearts. So I can't say that's the worst idea I've heard of. You just probably need to do more supervision on them, though, because there are still going to be some psychopaths because that will, You know what? Let's stop talking about that.
Right now, everyone has returned to their most honest self. Just take a look at Frankie. He's a model prisoner.
Your rehabilitation needs some work. Model prisoner who was trying to steal from a dead body. Frank saw it.
There are lots of model prisoners here, but Frankie is number one. He's proactive with his job training and helps out with the chores.
Don't the other model prisoners do job training and chores?
Don't be silly. They all do, of course. It's just that Frankie here, he has his sights set on something different.
Eh? What do you mean? Something feels strange.
In any case, he's a very good boy. Please get along with one another.
What does that mean? Frank has his eyes set on something different. Is he going for... What is he going for, then? What do you mean by that? That feels very foreboding.
The enchanting music, the prancing animals, the very big circus is fabulous. If you come here, you could see a show once a month.
Really? Then maybe I should...
No. Was she just thinking about committing a crime? Okay, I swear to God, do not kill someone. Once a month, you said. Is it always the very big circus?
Of course, I'm Regina Darling's biggest fan. My darling Regina, she's just so fabulous. The little baby. She's such a cutie pie, I could just eat her up.
She really likes her darling Regina.
That's why I'm worried about poor little Simon. If he is found guilty, Regina Darling will be heartbroken. Mr. Lawyer, please take care of little Simon.
Yeah, I will. Don't worry.
If there's anything I can help with, please don't hesitate to ask.
Alright.
But really, I would have loved to show everyone yesterday. You did a wonderful job on the stage, Regina Darling.
I'm so happy to hear that. I'm glad all the prisoners came to see it.
Well, about that, just between you and me, not everyone came to see the show.
That would be Dogan and Solid, I imagine.
There were 3 people who didn't see your show yesterday.
Oh. May I ask who the third is?
unbelievable, really. Excuse me, but did you just say there were 3 prisoners who did not see the show?
In that case, I wonder if it's Jailbird. If it's Jailbird, then that confirms my idea that it's one of those 3, but at the same time...
That's right. I took a count and there were 3 empty seats.
So who's the 3rd?
And we even had the correct number of seats each set out.
Doesn't that seem weird to you, Mr. Edgeworth?
The only one it could be is Jailbird, right? Unless there's a hidden person in it, and that we haven't seen yet.
It does. We had thought that Dogen and Solid were the only 2 prisoners who were not present in the courtyard during the show. But that doesn't add up. Where did the 3rd person go? Further investigation is needed. Oh, I was having so much fun talking to you, Regina, darling, that I completely forgot. It's time to feed my baby. My baby?
Who? Astique? That's an alligator!
It's an alligator! Oh, Ali, you look as cute as ever.
You have a pet alligator?
You wouldn't happen to be from Florida, are you? No,
Oh, how cute! So her name is Allie?
Yep, she's Ali the alligator. She's my favorite out of all my family.
What about that poor weasel fox thing around your neck?
How lovely. I want to try petting it.
Please do not pet the alligator.
If Regina, darling, wants to pet it, go right ahead. I'll allow—
No, stop! You're gonna get yourself killed! No, you idiots!
They seem pretty excited.
We need to go check out the prison cells, don't we?
That's right. Let's look for the 3rd prisoner who didn't see the animal show. It's gotta be Jailbird. He's the only one who makes sense at this point for who could have been the killer, but at the same time, it doesn't make sense.
It really feels like I'm overlooking something. Something that's gonna completely tell me who actually is the killer. But I don't know what it is. Mr. Edgeworth! Mr. Edgeworth! I finally found you, sir! Has to be. Yeah! Got me! Detective Gumshoe, I take it the investigation is running smoothly?
The judge and that prosecutor haven't shown up yet. Oh, yeah. I also got your message, sir.
What was the result of the examination of the victim's cell?
We hit the jackpot, sir. Traces of blood were found on the cell floor.
Just as we thought.
There wasn't a whole lot there, though.
Mr. Beaker proved that the murder occurred in the holding cell.
Indeed, the probability has increased. However, we still cannot say for certain.
I thought you'd say that, sir. So I asked the lab guys to look into it a little further. They're running analysis on the blood, so we'll know soon if it's the victims or not.
Hey, go, Gummy. Good thinking.
Detective, you've outdone yourself. What caused the sudden foresight?
I'm actually a little hurt that you're so surprised by it, sir.
I hope nothing bad comes of this.
So there actually is something that worries me, that this might not, if this is not the victim's blood, then I think I might have an idea. They mentioned earlier that there was a time when Knightley was still alive. He attacked a guard, right? They mentioned that, I think. I think we actually have a doubt on it. Once we get these results, we can prove that the scene was the holding cell, which leaves me to look at the evidence. Hold on. I could have sworn we got something that said that. During the attack on the guard, the key to Knightley's cell was stolen. Yeah. Who was escorting Knightley to his cell was attacked and knocked unconscious. Yeah. So if it's not Knightley's blood, it's probably the guard's blood, right? That's what I'm worried about. If it doesn't end up being Knightley's, it's going to be the guard's from when he was attacked. Because it didn't look like, I don't know. I would think that if a person died, that their blood, that the blood pile that would pile up or would pool around them would be a lot more than what we saw. But I don't know. I also don't look at dead bodies that often, so I can't say for certain.
finding out how that doggy managed to sneak his way in here.
Just leave that to me, pal. Since that other prosecutor isn't here, we can investigate as much as we want. That's why I brought my secret weapons with me.
Secret weapons?
That's right, pal. They got us out of a few jams before. Take a gander at Dick Gumshoe's 7 secret weapons.
Looks like you'll come in handy. Want to take up his offer, Miles?
Detective, please allow us the use of your secret weapons.
Sure thing, sir. First, I'll give you a rundown. Secret weapon number 1, the trusty metal detector.
Oh gosh, are these going to be things that we've used in previous cases? I feel like we've used a metal detector before.
For finding all kinds of metallic objects.
As the same applies.
Next, secret weapon number 2, everyone's favorite pal, missile. Yeah!
The demon dog returns!
You can direct any scent you want, especially the scent of food. And he can also turn into a demon and kill anybody. So be careful about that.
He's much curer than Mr. Dogan's dog.
And then secret weapon number 3, it's this.
Gumshoe.
That's a fishing rod.
Isn't that a fishing pole? What are you trying to catch?
No, actually, I just brought it by accident.
Never mind that. What's the next, detective?
That's all of them, sir.
You said 7!
What? You called them the 7 secret weapons, but there's only 3 of them?
That's all I have for now, pal. We can use the rest next time. Once I have the rest. I can't just reveal them all at once. Why do you think they're called the secret weapons, pal?
It doesn't matter. We'll just use the 3 that he's provided.
Alright, which one do you want to use?
Screw it, give me the fishing pole.
The fishing pole, if you please.
The fishing pole, sir?
There's a pond in the prison courtyard. Something important may have fallen in. Oh my god, we actually are gonna.
I was doing that as a joke.
Also, this implies you're gonna fish up the alligator. We're going to die.
Roger that, sir. I'll fish it out right away.
Well, okay, now we're not going to die. Now Edward's gonna die.
Whoa, pal!
What's the matter, detective?
You got away, sir. I thought I hooked something big, but the line snapped. There has to be a monster fish in there, sir.
It's likely that alligator. I won't tell him that, though.
I guess the fishing bowl won't be of any more use to us. Try another one, sir.
Metal detector. The metal detector, if you please.
The metal detector, sir. I'll sweep the area right away. Metal detector, activate!
What happened, detective?
Sorry about that, sir. It seems the battery's dead.
Bruh, really? Charge your...
Oh man, guess we can't use that then.
Looks like the metal detector won't be of any help to us.
I had a feeling it was gonna be missile because it's always the damn dog that's helpful. Alright, send the dog.
You want missile, sir?
Fire dog.
Hey, pal, over here, missile.
There he is.
Kill missile. Kill the culprit.
First, let's decide what scent you should track down.
We are searching for the route Dogan's dog used to get to the detention cell. This route would have also been in the same path used to carry the body to the prison.
So we haven't tracked the scent of the body.
That should lead us to the path.
Alright, missile, you're up.
Don't you smell something sweet?
Sweet. What?
Really? All I can smell is the scent of blood.
Sweet?
Who gave candy? Oh, wait. Ray, you had candy.
It's a very faint scent, like cake or something.
The scent of cake from the body?
All right, missile. Get a good whiff of that scent, pal. Come on, let's follow after him.
That way is...
He's headed towards the special cell.
And he's gone straight inside.
Yes, let's follow him. I feel like Missile's gonna take on Dogan. He's gonna take on Dogan's dog, Anubis.
This is Dogan's cell, but it looks like he's absent at the moment. Oh, that's weird. Why is he gone? Maybe he's being interrogated.
What's in here?
Shh, I think he's found something. Oh, he's turned demon.
What could there be in this room?
Miss Rogers, we better take a look.
Was that chisel there on the ground before? Wait! The bell!
What? Look at this, Mr. Edgeworth. There's a small chisel here.
I'm more concerned about the bell. That's Dogen's dog's, right? I'm not well versed in woodworking, but this seems to be a pocket-sized chisel.
Pocket-sized chisel. Must be convenient to have one whenever you go. Wherever you go.
Is that from a thief's point of view?
No, it's from a great thief's point of view.
She didn't even skip a beat. What about the cookies? A teacup and biscuits. I suppose he has his tea time in here too.
Playing chess while drinking his tea in the cell. Isn't this going a bit overboard with the special treatment? It's like he gets whatever he wants.
Don't complain to me. You should tell him yourself.
I think I'll pass on that.
As I figured. Is this any different? It's Dogen's chessboard. It still has that hound piece on it.
Ah, the chessboard has legs. Aren't these things expensive?
They can be. There's a very good craftsmanship.
Mr. Dogen playing chess is kind of unexpected, you know? I figured he'd be more of a Go player or something like that.
A what player? Go. You play Go, Kay?
I'm really good at Go Bang.
But that's not Go. I don't know what Go is. Up here? It's the chisels Dogen uses. More than enough for him to murder someone with.
Speaking of chisels, it looks like someone that used the chisel on your forehead, Mr. Edgeworth.
And what is that supposed to mean?
See? That furrow between your brows getting deeper. It looks just like a carving.
I would leave the subject alone if I were you.
Missile, maybe this is what you're barking at?
I think he is. Oh god, the dog's attacking Gumshoe.
Whoa, hey! Knock it off, pal!
Oh god, the dog is coming!
Chocolate cake is bad for dogs! If that's how it's gonna be, I'll eat it all myself!
Oh, that was pretty good. Good for you. But it looks like someone else has a problem with that. It's time to die, Gummy.
That wasn't fair, Gummy. I want to eat too.
I doubt it's wise to eat food you find laying around a prison. Also, Gumshoe, you're probably about to die in a few seconds.
What do you mean, sir? Anyway, I guess Missile was barking at the cake, sir.
That was pointless. Is that police dog going to get the job done?
He's fine, pal. He was just following his stomach instead of his nose. Let's track down the center of the body for real this time. That's all.
This time for real?
Oh, looks like he's found something else, sir.
Better not be a stomach this time. Oh, it's...
That's this cell.
This is Jailbird's. This would be Mr. Elbert's cell. I'd like to examine the interior. Detective, call a guard.
Roger that, sir.
He's still not back from his treatment, or disciplinary treatment, or whatever it was. Good work, Detective. By the way, is Jailbird still being held in the disciplinary room? No, he should have already returned. Oh, what? Where is he? He was present during the noon roll call. Maybe he may have been assigned to work someplace else. I see. Well then, may we examine the cell? Yes, sir. What the? Champion boxer.
There's a poster of Mr. Elburn on the wall. What's this next to it? Is this his weight loss target?
There's a former boxer. He'd probably continue with his weight management. It seems he also takes various protein supplements.
Muscle protein, hustle protein, weight loss protein, nothing but protein.
Which weight class was he aiming for? I don't know. The sandbag shows signs of repeated... whoa, what the... Uh-oh.
You want box 2, missile?
No, that's where the scent is.
Look at him go.
Can't be. Detective, move the sandbag at once.
Yes, sir.
It's underneath. There's something underneath it.
Well!
A hole. This is...
Yep. This hole's probably gonna lead to whatchamacallit's room, isn't it? It's gonna lead to Knightley's cell.
Hey, Missile, come back here.
I'm going to.
Hold it!
I'll stop them, sir.
Oh gosh dang it!
Too tight for me, sir.
Detective! It can't be helped. I'll have to wait for her to contact me. Hello? Okay. Are you alright?
Don't get so worked up. Right now, I'm in the detention center.
I had a feeling it's gonna be in Knightley's holding cell. Detention center?
That hole comes out at Knightley's cell.
Really? Stay where you are. I'm coming over right there. Right now. Yep, as I had thought. This puts Albert as the most likely suspect at the moment. March 28th, 5:04 p.m., detention center holding cell. Okay.
Mr. Edgeworth. I really helped out, didn't I?
Indeed. She doesn't appear to be injured.
The floorboards have been ripped out from under the bed, sir.
As I thought. Yep. There we go. I see. So this makes it so it's most likely Jailbird then. It's the only way at the very least, this confirms that he knows a lot than he's letting on. It has to be him then, right? Yeah. It seems we found what we were looking for. So now where is he gone? If he's missing, the passageway between the detention center and the prison is blocked by solid doors. However, there was a secret underground tunnel beneath it. Yep. We were following a sweet scent and arrived here. That means the scent must have come from Knightley's body. Would Knightley have had anything sweet on him? Why would he have a sweet scent on him? From what? Come to think of it, his body was covered in dirt. It may have been caused by passing through the tunnel. Yeah, you're right. Okay, what was the inside of the tunnel like?
It was pitch black, so I really couldn't see much, but I took some photos.
Please show us. This is... spoons and forks. Were these used to dig the tunnel? But more importantly... what are these footprints? These footprints, could they belong to a dog? I don't know. Photograph of the tunnel connecting the detention center and the prison. Are those dog prints? This will surely be vital evidence. However, before we consider that, we have a big problem. A problem? J. Elber could use this tunnel to move around freely. Detective, confirm his whereabouts post-haste. Perhaps he's...
You may be right. Sir, this is a big deal.
After speaking with the guards, the search for Jailbird was carried out immediately. They searched every nook and cranny of the detention center and the prison. But in the end, they found no sign of him. Well, Jailbird made an escape. Did you contact the police? Yes, ma'am. We've already done that. We set up a security perimeter around the prison, ma'am. Right. This is the first scandal in our prison's history. We're so sorry. She's completely different from before. Mr. Edgeworth, was it? Thank you for finding the escapee's tunnel. But it's a little too late. Mr. Elbert has long since left here. I don't believe he has gone beyond the detention center. There are security gates located at the exit of the detention center. I believe it would have been difficult to get through those, won't you agree? Maybe he has another tunnel. We certainly can't deny that possibility. However,
Anyway, there's no use in you being here now. Please return to your investigation.
Yes, we'll do that.
You guys get back to your posts, us too.
Yes, ma'am! Detective Gumshoe, sir. We got the results of that blood test you requested. Good work, pal.
These are the forensic results on the bloodstain found in Knightley's cell.
So what to say, Mr. Edgeworth?
The blood is confirmed to have been Knightley's. Okay, yeah, makes sense. The bloodstains belong to Knightley. Hey now, that's good news. We found the bloodstain in Knightley's cell and discovered the tunnel the dog used. Furthermore, the security camera shows footage of a dog attacking Knightley in his cell. We have all the evidence we need. It's time we ask Dogen a few questions.
Dogen, did you say? Please use your utmost caution. That man even has a henchman outside the prison.
Outside the prison? Is this related to his secret trade routes as the supplier?
The police have been searching for Dogen's henchmen for ages. I've also been helping them, but...
So that means back then.
So he still won't talk? Even after all the trouble you went through to get at the evidence and transfer from the precinct?
That's right. I don't know how many times I've tried. I can't report back empty-handed.
That's sure as one tough cookie, huh?
You got evidence transferred from the precinct?
Yes, we borrowed all the evidence concerning Dogen. I've been interrogating him personally in my office, but no matter how much evidence we have on him, we can't get a single word out of him.
Warden interrogates him herself. Why go that far?
Lose your focus and he'll eat you alive. Be on your guard.
Whoa, you made Uncle Ray a little nervous.
Thank you. Alright. Oh dear. March 28th, 5:55 p.m., prison special cell. Judge Courtney, what are you doing here?
Questioning a prisoner. Did you forget that we're investigating as well? Or rather, have you forgotten my warning?
Yeah, I'm not buying your warning, honestly.
If you value your badge, you should not have appeared here before me again.
I'm sorry if you thought that I would abide by those words. I won't overlook something important just to heed your warning. I've come for a testimony about the truth of this case, which you have overlooked.
You mean to say you require my humble services?
As I promised, I've returned to prove that you are the culprit.
Interesting. Do tell.
Uh-oh.
Before that, you should first listen to our reasoning.
We can say with confidence that Simon Keyes is the culprit. Only Simon Keyes could have moved Mr. Knightley into the prison. And we can show proof of this fact. But first, I'd like to hear your resolve, Oscar Edgeworth. If our reasoning is correct, will you submit it to us? Your prosecutor's badge.
You'll deprive him of his badge? Is that a threat, pal?
No, it's not a threat. Rather, an act of compassion. Normally, I wouldn't even have taken notice of you, since you have no right to investigate. However, if you are able to show proper resolve, I would be willing to let you be my opponent. Are you willing to risk it? Your prosecutor's badge. Mr. Edgeworth.
Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
Very well. Apparently I... very well. Apparently I already knew what you were going to say. I trust my own reasoning, but moreover, at the moment, I am currently a defense attorney's assistant first and a prosecutor second. I will not sully the good name of the Edgeworth Law Offices. I intend to see my job through. I won't yield to your threats.
So be it. Is this bravery, or simply foolishness? On the gods of law's behalf, I shall be the judge of that. Sebastian, allow me to
Yeah, I got it. I'm counting on you, Justine.
All right. Face off against Justine. Movement to the prison.
I presume you know of the incident Mr. Knightley caused the day before yesterday. He attacked a guard and stole his keys. Afterwards, Simon Keys stopped by his cell with an animal cage from the show. During this time, Mr. Knightley was able to use the stolen key to exit his cell. He then hid it in the cage while it was moved to the prison workroom.
Okay. So Mr. Keys went to his cell after all.
After hearing you talk about the security camera yesterday, we investigated ourselves. Why don't you have a look? I have here a printout of the security camera footage.
This is the moment when Mr. Keys visited Knightley. Yeah.
Exactly. As you can see, the cage creates a huge blind spot in the cell. By using this blind spot, Mr. Knightley could have entered the cage. That is our reasoning.
A blind spot.
That means
The camera doesn't actually show him entering the cage. At this time, there's still the possibility that Knightley never left his cell.
But why would he be hiding inside an animal cage? Mr. Knightley was planning to escape from prison. That is the only possibility. A prison escape? That's so cool! First Mr. Elbert, and now Mr. Knightley. I won't let them show me up.
Okay, this isn't the time to get excited. J. Elbert's escape is no laughing matter.
Simon Keys was aiding Mr. Knightley in his escape. In other words, he was an accomplice. Not bad, Simon.
Don't praise him!
That cage was transported temporarily to the workroom. Originally, Mr. Knightley was to remain hidden until the end of the animal show. He would then be carried out along with the cage. I presume that was the plan. However, midway through the plan, he was betrayed by Simon Keys and murdered.
Judge Courtney's reasoning does appear to make sense. However, there must be a hole somewhere. I must not overlook anything. Alright, let's start by pressing everything, see what we can get. So, I presume you know of the incident Mr. Knightley caused the day before yesterday. Yes, I do know it. Tell me more. Judge Courtney, about this incident.
You do not know of it? That would be unbecoming of you, Ace Attorney Miles Edgeworth.
Naturally, I know of it. However, you said... Really?
In that case, this is a waste of time. I shall continue. Mr. Knightley.
He attacked a guard and stole his keys. Do you have proof Knightley stole the keys?
It's the only explanation as to why Mr. Knightley would have attacked the guard. We will know for certain the moment the guard regains his consciousness.
Is that really true? Shall I ask Judge Courtney for more information? Can I ask for more? There's one point in your reasoning that is odd. If Knightley did indeed steal the key, I'd expect he'd try to escape immediately. Was it really necessary for him to wait for Mr. Keys to help him escape?
He simply chose the method with the highest probability of success. After stealing the key, he concealed it on his personage. As he waited for the opportune moment, that is what I believe.
He concealed the key. Judge Courtney, such an oversight is unlike you. Knightley could not have concealed the key, and I can prove it. Knightley did not hide the key, and the proof is... He couldn't hide the key? Why would he not be able to hide the key? Why would he not be able to hide the key? Why would he not be able to hide the key? Oh, wait! Is it because... it would have been found by the metal detector?
Take that!
Nope, I'm foolish. Oh! As I expected. Why would he not be able to steal the keys? Let me press the R statements first. Maybe that'll give me a better idea of what I'm working with.
Afterwards, Simon stopped by his cell with an animal cage from the show. So, Mr. Key's actions were intended to help Knightley escape from the prison.
Yes, he stopped by the detention center's holding cells with the cage. This is Simon Key's own testimony. It can't be denied.
His visit to Knightley's cell ended up drawing suspicion, as one would imagine.
Simon was just clumsy. His clumsiness led him to bring the cage to the detention center. Or, he brought the cage to help Mr. Knightley escape. Which explanation do you think is more natural? Ugh. I see you understand. Simon Keyes carried the cage to the detention center.
During this time, Mr. Knightley was able to use the stolen key to exit his cell. Do you have proof Knightley stole the keys?
It's the only explanation as to why Knightley would have attacked the guard. We will know for certain the moment the guard regains consciousness.
Hang on. Could you please continue with your reasoning?
I understand. Mr. Knightley used the stolen key to leave his cell. She says Mr. Knightley stole the keys, but he denied it, didn't he?
Unless Knightley had the keys, this logic doesn't hold up. This will be the breaking point. I'll try pressing the testimony further. Okay, so hang on. Do you have proof Knightley stole the keys? The only explanation, we will know for certain. Is that really true? Should I ask? Ask for more? There's one point, if he did keys, I expect he'd try escape. Was it really necessary for him to wait? He simply chose the method with the highest probability. After stealing the keys, concealed it, and as he waited for the opportune moment, he concealed the key. Judge Courtney is an oversight, and I can prove it. Is it because... wait... It's because they already searched his cell? Yeah, it is. They already searched his cell. Haven't the guards informed you yet? They searched Knightley after he attacked the guard, and the key was nowhere to be found. Since the key's location is unknown, your logic doesn't hold.
That is not an issue. There is an explanation. Mr. Knightley had the key. It simply wasn't found. The reason being, he concealed it inside the chessboard.
The chessboard? You mean the one that concealed the murder weapon?
Come now, how do we know whether or not the murder weapon was really there? What? Take some responsibility for your own words. That was all Sebastian's idea, after all.
So those two don't always agree on their reasoning. Great! Poor Sebastian! What do you mean? I thought you agreed with me!
In other words, once we put all the pieces together, Mr. Knightley concealed the key he stole from the guard inside the chessboard. When Simon Keyes arrived, Mr. Knightley used the key to slip out of his cell. He entered the animal cage and was transported to the workroom. All thanks to his accomplice, Simon Keyes. Mr. Knightley had planned to be carried outside after the show had ended. However, he was betrayed by his accomplice and murdered during the circus performance.
Mr. Keyes performed in the show. He would have had no opportunity to murder him during the circus performance.
No opportunity. Is that so? A story plays itself out on the stage. And such was the case with the animal show.
So she examined the content of the show.
The suspect plays the role of the villain who antagonizes the elephant heroine. In the final act, the villain is defeated by the heroine's love and all ends well. At that point, the suspect, in the role of the villain, is blown away by the heroine's burning love and makes his exit.
Blown away by the elephant?
Was he hurt? After being blown away, the suspect disappeared from the stage. The suspect was absent from the stage for about 15 minutes.
Are you saying the crime was committed during that time?
Even in such short period of time, it would still be possible to carry out the murder. Don't you think so?
Really? I don't believe that. So, he committed the crime in 15 minutes and then returned to the stage. That may have been possible if the crime scene had been the prison. Judge Courtney, the actual crime took place in the detention center.
I'm afraid I cannot accept that camera footage alone as evidence.
Well, you don't have to, thankfully. As for evidence, I have it. I've got something more.
Well then, please show us your evidence. Where is the evidence that shows the scene of the crime was the detention center?
It was this, right? The bloodstains.
This is the floor. Oh, gods of law. I am unable to comprehend your mysterious ways.
This is what we discovered. The area here was tested positive for Mr. Knightley's blood. Oh!
This blood test. Can it really be trusted? To begin with, how were you able to conduct a scientific investigation?
I didn't. Gumshoe did. I happen to have a subordinate. I can't vouch for his competence, but he is a man that I trust.
Huh?
That detective. This concerns me. I cannot think why one would disturb the order of law. The Prosecutorial Investigation Committee's influence goes as far as the police department. Gummy's in trouble!
Forgive me, Detective. I'm afraid something bad may come of this.
I will accept the fact that blood was found at the detention center as evidence. However...
Huh?
How ridiculous! This is unthinkable of you, you third-rate prosecutor.
Mr. DeBest, you're here. I completely forgotten about him. Poor DeBest.
There's a giant contradiction in your statement. According to the security tape, a dog killed Knightley in his cell. Then, after he left the cell, the blood on the floor was wiped away. Did the dog wipe away the bloodstains? As if that could happen.
Oh.
That is possible. Of my Anubis, right, boy?
It never gets any less painful to look at him smack himself with his baton.
That was one of the tricks I taught him while I was still out in the outside world. He makes sure to hide any bloodstains he makes. So as not to leave behind any evidence.
I was saved. If only by chance.
Shouldn't you have taught your dog to shake or something?
Anubis also performs that trick very well. But the shake I taught him is a little different from others. First, he bites the victim's hand. Stop. I don't want to hear anymore. Enough. I see. I understand, Prosecutor Edgeworth. It appears you've gathered a good hand.
I'm glad you understand.
My argument isn't over yet.
What?
Objection overruled.
Hey now, that's a little harsh.
Sebastian, would you allow me the privilege of explaining?
Sure, Justine. Do you finally realize? The murder occurred in the detention center. Therefore, the assassin's pet dog...
My opinion has not changed. Unless I can understand how the dog was able to enter and leave the crime scene, I'm afraid I cannot accept your logic, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
I can answer that then. I've been waiting for you to say that. Now, let me show you. This evidence shows the route the dog used to go between the detention center and the prison. The tunnel. And there's even dog prints in there.
This photo.
It's a tunnel. It shows a secret tunnel hidden in the prison.
It's impossible! A secret tunnel?
This tunnel was dug by the escaped prisoner, J. Elbert. It begins in his prison cell and it connected to a holding cell in the detention center. Namely, the victim cell. There you go.
I'm shocked. How did this...
Dogen, you must have known of this, since you used this tunnel to commit murder. Huh? What do you mean? And Ray, why are you still looking for hugs?
In the name of the goddess of law, I hereby reject Prosecutor Edgeworth's claim.
Hold it! Excuse you? What do you mean?
Evidence is everything. That remains true here, just as in the courtroom. Isn't that right? I have evidence here. Horace Knightley's autopsy report.
Oh, what? Huh? Autopsy report? Since when? Why are you surprised? You're supposed to be working with her. I'm just kind of tagging along.
This was delivered straight from the police a short while ago. It's not complete yet. More of a preliminary report. Here, the very word of the goddess of law is written. Cause of death. Stab wound to the neck. Died instantly. Murder weapon. Sharp metal object.
Well, that's complicating.
The victim was stabbed multiple times in the same spot with the sharp object. Although they were unable to determine the actual shape of the murder weapon, they have clear proof that it was a sharp metal object. So do you still stand by your claim? That a dog used a sharp object to kill the victim? That is all. The court is adjourned.
No, it's not. Wait, the tunnel contains the dog's footprints. Perhaps it may have been one of Anubis's walking courses. I can never tell what Anubis gets up to outside my cell. Something feels unnatural about all this, but I have no evidence. Corny Pie, you should pull out a hidden gem at the very last moment. She waited for the perfect time to reveal the autopsy report. Let her outwit me again?
Appointed Attorney Shields. Here is the autopsy report from earlier. I apologize for the delay.
No, it's alright. Thank you. Preliminary report suggests cause of death was a stab to the neck by a sharp metal object. Victim died instantly. I gladly accept it.
Mr. Shields, I don't believe it's necessary to hold hands while exchanging documents. I'd advise you to stop.
What?
Persist any longer, and I shall call on the strength of the goddess of law.
I'll be careful. Justine, well done. Just as I planned.
I only acted in accordance to your instructions.
The autopsy report came straight from the police. I can't refute it. However, if the murder weapon wasn't the dog, Dogen will be cleared of suspicion.
The merciful goddess of law has so decrees. If you choose to yield now, your badge will not be taken.
What will you do, sir? She says that, but...
My answer remains the same. Judge Courtney, it is as I said before. I will see my job through. I will not yield to threats.
But even now, you still refuse to give up. If you want to keep your badge, this may be your last chance.
Right now, I am a defense attorney's assistant. What I protect is not my badge, but my client.
The goddess of law grows weary of your sentiment.
Huh? Now we're talking. Miles is starting to understand that a defense attorney never gives up. Actually, those were the words of your old man. My father. It really is in your blood. You're the spitting image of him right now. You say it yourself. You've changed since you were tainted by Von Karma. It's only now that I've actually come to believe it. Mr. Shields. Well then, Miles. Now's the time to put those skills to the test. Think beyond your limits. If the murder weapon was a sharp object, does that really negate your reasoning? The murder weapon was a sharp object. That's it! There were 5 chisels placed inside the special cell. Dogen is a former assassin. It's quite possible he could kill someone with just a chisel. In that case, the weapon that killed Horse Knightley was... a chisel. Is that all? Well then, I suppose you'll be... Evidence is everything. Didn't you say? The murder weapon was a sharp metal object. However, such a weapon has yet to be found. What? So what are you trying to say? The only decisive evidence is the actual murder weapon itself. And that was in plain sight this whole time. The real murder weapon is... Dogen's chisel. What did you... Take responsibility for your own statements. The scene of the crime was Mr. Knightley's cell, so you said so yourself. If the evidence changes, then so will my logic. That too is courtroom procedure, is it not? If the chisel was used, that means the killer was human. However, the fact remains that we cannot deny this security photo. Yeah! What about that photo? I'll give you the answer. This photo shows the moment.
The photo. The dog leapt at the victim?
Dogen's dog leapt at Knightley. However, the victim did not die at that time. Didn't die. He was only knocked unconscious. The dog didn't move a dead body, it moved the unconscious Knightley. And the real killer was its owner. I see. If the victim was moved, it would have been possible for Dogen to commit murder.
We used the murder weapon.
Indeed, the killer is... Sir Han Dogen. It can only be you. Huh? I bet your teacher used to write on your report card. Needs to pay more attention on what others say.
I would think that describes you more.
We examined that room. Every crook and granny. Right, Justine?
Do you mean Nook and... what?
We examined all 4 of Mr. Dogen's chisels
4?
and found no traces of blood.
4? Thank you, Judge Courtney. Thanks to you, I am now certain.
Thanks to me. Whatever do you mean?
When I came here earlier, I saw 5 chisels.
That's right. There were definitely 5 out there before.
So the one that disappeared was the smallest one, presumably for portable use. Dogen, where's that chisel? I'm not free to leave this place. I've no need of a portable chisel. Not free to leave? In that case, he mustn't have been free to hide that deadly chisel either. Dogen, you just dug your own grave.
It seems you know something. Would you care to show it?
Dogen couldn't leave, so the place he hid the chisel it's in his room, right?
Take that!
It has to be. Dogen is a prisoner, so he can't leave his cell freely. Perhaps he could have sent his dog out to dispose of it. But he would not have been able to confirm the weapon's location. So, what does that leave? Above all else, special metal tools are allowed in the cell. Even if one chisel were to appear here, no one would suspect a thing. You'd be a fool not to take advantage of that. I see, of course. It's always safest if you do something yourself. But I examined everything. I didn't find any hiding places in his cell. I'm certain that the murder weapon is here. The reason you haven't found it is because it was cleverly hidden. You say I hid it. Where exactly? Where? Think. Where could you have hidden it? I have to remember everything up to this point. There must be some clue. Does this mean what I think it means?
Let's get going, Mr. Edgeworth.
Wait. Come to think of it, that dog hasn't barked at me once. Wait! Previously, when I came to the special cell, it barked on Dogen's command.
That's it. That's what's been out of place. There's just one place he could have hidden the murder weapon. Giving up already. How dull, how dull.
Hold it!
I will present evidence. This piece of evidence shows where you concealed the murder weapon. It's in the dog's mouth.
Take that!
Hasn't your dog been awfully quiet today?
Now you mention it, it hasn't barked at all. Before it was...
Sir Dogen, open that dog's mouth, now! Anubis doesn't bark needlessly. I ordered him to do that before.
In that case, order it to bark now.
Naturally, you should be able to, if you have nothing to hide.
It was inevitable. Anubis, show them your mouth.
Bingo!
As you can see, a dog of this size can easily conceal this small chisel in...
Why chisel? The dog really had one in its mouth!
I thought he was unusually quiet. Was he unable to follow this discussion?
Sebastian, could you call the forensics department? Urgently, please. Got it!
A reaction! This chisel tests positive for blood!
What?
I guess that proves my theory wasn't just nonsense. Would this chisel be the murder weapon then?
It reacted positively for blood. There's no doubt about that.
Yep, there are traces of blood hit. Dogen hit it inside his dog's mouth. There's a small bell attached to it. Oh?
Mr. Suron Dogen, now that the murder weapon has been found, I must ask you for your testimony.
We know how your dog got to the detention center, and we've found the murder weapon. Do you still think you can talk your way out of this?
Interesting.
This guy, even at a time like this, he's still smiling.
Well, Anubis, it seems everyone has become suspicious of you. It's quite troubling, but since it has come to this, we have no choice but to tell the truth. I did not kill anyone. I've long since grown weary of killing.
What's this? His face looks completely composed.
It seems we'll need to listen to Mr. Dogen's explanation. Please promptly give your testimony.
Certainly.
All right, Dogen. Shall we? Dogen's explanation.
First of all, I would like you to explain my motive. I do not know anyone by the name of Knightley. We share no connection. So, I wouldn't think some motive for murder would just appear out of nowhere. Or are you insinuating my Anubis had a motive? He only bears his fangs at others on my command.
I already saw the problem there.
I do not hunger for blood so much as to kill a man I do not even know.
Coming from an assassin, it sure is persuasive.
An assassin who only kills acquaintances. I doubt that would be profitable.
I may kill strangers in my line of work, but I never make it personal.
Is there evidence that shows a connection between Knightley and Dogen? I didn't forget something. I should thoroughly review the evidence once more. There is something that very much tells it. Something very odd, may I ask? May I add? So, I do not know anyone by the name of Knightley. We share no connection. Really? Really?
Objection!
Then explain how your chessboard is the exact same as this piece of paper. He was your correspondence friend. You've lost your touch, Sir Dogen. If you had your dog clean up after you, you should have disposed of this too. This is a record of a correspondence chess game found in the victim's cell.
This record and the chessboard in your cell both clearly depict the same game. Oh! What? I've heard that the number of possible chess positions is around 10 to the 120th power.
10 times 10, 120 times. About 100, 1,000. Is that even a real number?
Indeed. There are absolutely no way these two could have coincided by chance. Tell us your reason for killing Knightley. Unless you intend to explain this as a coincidence. Well, don't they say that the truth is stranger than fiction? It is as you said, this is merely a coincidence.
But there's no way that could have happened.
My correspondence chess opponent was a victim in this incident. What a horrible coincidence. Aren't you shocked too, Anubis?
What was the connection between these two?
Looks like I have to tell them the truth. Anubis, my boy. The animal show, or something. That was when everyone left. Anubis brought the body to my cell. He had already been stabbed in the neck with the murder weapon. I do not wish to be suspected, so I had Anubis carry the body to the workroom. After that, he pulled out the murder weapon and returned to me.
So you're saying the one who pulled the weapon out was Anubis?
That's right. If I pulled out the murder weapon here, the blood would have been a problem.
Mr. Edgeworth, isn't this what that saw it guy said?
Yeah. A large black dog was biting into the neck of the victim. What did you say? It was a truly hellish sight. That dog killed him.
Yeah, I see. So that means Salt witnessed the moment the murder weapon was pulled out. Oh yes, that prisoner's testimony. It surprised me when I first heard it. It's not often that Anubis makes a blunder like that. Right, boy? Now, I believe that explains my actions. I did not kill him. All I did was remove the murder weapon. Now, will that be all? Anubis is getting tired.
Objection.
Ray. Whoa there. Just a moment, Mr. Dogan.
Mr. Shields, isn't there one thing you haven't explained? Why would you need to pull out the murder weapon in the first place?
Yeah. Why? I mean, you could have just left it there.
That's right. I understand why he'd move the body to draw suspicion away from him, but he didn't need to retrieve the murder weapon. Yeah, because that only... Actually, yeah, that only places more suspicion on him. Why would he do that? I thought him just a fool, but how quickly his scent has changed.
Care to elaborate, Mr. Dogan?
It was because of this bell. The bell attached to the murder weapon, and the bell on my dog's neck.
Oh, did you want to make sure that if you knew there was a bell, then did he think that as long as the bell was there, it would point towards Anubis?
They share a distinctive shape, wouldn't you say? The assassin Sir Dogan's trademark.
An assassin's trademark?
Yeah, the bell. Blind assassin, Sir Dogan, he always appears at the sound of a bell. The sound of a bell ringing in the dark of night is said to be the last thing his target hears. You remember well. It has been a while since you last saw my bells, after all. When I prosecuted you in court, I confiscated a knife with the bell attached to it. Yes, my bells. There are only 2 in the world.
Oh! So wait, then are you saying this is the other bell? In that case, how is this here?
Only 2. They are custom made, attached to my knife and Anubis' collar.
But the bell was attached to the chisel. But how?
Even though I can only rely on my ears, I can easily identify them. Alas, one has been confiscated and is not in my possession. Attached to the knife and Anubis, custom made, only two exist. The knife has been confiscated. When Anubis brought the body here, I heard a familiar sound. I thought my knife must have been embedded in the body. So imagine my confusion when I found out that it was merely a chisel with my bell attached.
So why is the second bell back?
Indeed, your knife is nothing like this chisel. Either way, those bells are my trademark. Moreover, I'm the only one in this prison who uses chisels. With all this, I knew I would be falsely suspected. So I removed the murder weapon and hid it.
Hold it!
Really? So, you're claiming that you only moved the body? Didn't I tell you? That chisel isn't mine. If you think I'm lying, go ahead and check my fingerprints.
Sebastian,
Me? How do I check for...
forensics.
Yes, ow! Reaction! We have fingerprints! They're Knightley's! Justine! What about Dogan's? Nope, just Knightley's. And there's no evidence of prints being wiped away, either. That's not good. Only Knightley's fingerprints. It can't be. Should we re-examine it? See now? I never even touched that chisel. Because I ordered Anubis to carry it in his mouth. In other words, the fingerprints belong to the chisel's original owner. So it was Knightley's?
The murder weapon's owner was a victim? This is perplexing.
This case is getting fascinating. What's going on? At any rate, I did not touch the murder weapon. I don't think it's Dogan. But if it's not him... The only other person that is really suspicious at the moment is Jailbird, because he's just flown the coop at this point. He's gone. I don't know where he's gone, but he's gone. And the fact that the tunnel was connected to his room, so he's the only one at the moment, but... In other words, the killer could not have been me. Isn't that right? God, I have nothing to refute that! How could this... Is he really not the killer? Could Dogan's testimony actually be true? This can't be!
It seems this is sufficient enough to not to warrant any further explanation. As it stands, you have not changed the state of this case. I believe this is more than enough reason for us to relieve you of your badge. To save any needless fuss. I suggest you hand over your badge now.
This is bad, sir. They sound serious.
It's regrettable, but with those prints as decisive evidence, I'll have to rethink my logic from step one.
But there are still many unexplained things. Why would Mr. Knightley be carrying a chisel?
That's what I don't get. Why is he having a chisel? It could be used for many things, perhaps even prison escapes.
Well then, how do you carry it into the prison? I mean, the prisoners aren't even allowed to cutlery, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Cutlery.
Mr. Edgeworth. Even if your reasoning is off at first, you shouldn't let that confuse you. The most important thing is to arrive at the truth. Isn't that right? It doesn't matter how you get there. The end result is to save Simon. We have to do everything we can for his sake.
Well said, Kay.
Nice one, Kay. I really want to scout you for the law firm now. Remember when Uncle Ray said a defense attorney never gives up? Miles, do you understand the true meaning behind those words? The true meaning of those words? Defense attorneys carry the fate of their client on their shoulders. You are the only person your client can rely on. Just like with Mr. Keys, we're the only ones who can save him right now. We are linked by fate to our clients. That is why we must never give up. There's no way Uncle Ray can go against the teachings of Gregory. So, what will you do? Well, it only leaves one path forward, doesn't it? Currently, I'm a defense attorney's assistant. No, an assistant at my father's firm. I have made a commitment to this case. Therefore, if I don't save my client, I cannot say that I've achieved it. I will abide by this. To save Simon Keys, no matter how many times my logic fails, I will always find another possibility.
Okay, you're finally back. Well then, let's search for that other possibility. To start with, do you think there was a way for Mr. Knightley could have brought a chisel into the prison?
The method Knightley used to bring the chisel into the prison was... It was this, wasn't it? Because there's a hidden compartment. It's the only thing that makes sense. Normally, metal objects can't be brought into the detention center or the prison.
They'd just be caught by the security gate.
However, there is one way to avoid this. And that is, if they're sent in a package to the detention center.
That gate is only used on people. In other words, packages sent to the detention center undergo a simpler check.
So they don't use a metal detector for that.
This never should have happened. It seems the guards were too careless.
Yep. Knowing this, Knightley asked Simon to send him a package. Namely, a chessboard containing the chisel.
Well, this solves one of our problems. The fact that the chisel was not Mr. Dogan's, but Mr. Knightley's.
Yep. Knightley hid a chisel inside it in order to get it past security. Given this, one major issue remains. The security camera shows a dog attacking the victim. As long as that exists, I will maintain that Dogan is the killer. But Dogan never touched the murder weapon. I'm stumped.
We also desire a conclusion to this matter.
Mr. Edgeworth, we can use one of my serial weapons, sir. Serial weapon number 4. The video analyzing machine, Mr. Analysis.
What's with that ridiculous name?
I named it myself, sir. This will let us analyze video footage in detail.
Go ahead. You'll soon see I'm not lying. I don't know what will come of this, but all we can do now is investigate.
Mr. Edgeworth, do you know how to use Mr. Analysis?
A video analysis machine. Should I hear how to use it? I would love to, actually. Detective Gumshoe, could you show me how to use it?
Of course, sir. Fundamentally, it's the same as investigating a crime scene. You just examine anything that piques your curiosity.
To examine, I just press that button.
Now, I'd like you to look at the buttons below the monitor. The left and right buttons will rewind and fast forward respectively. The center button lets you pause the video. Let's make good use of it to advance our investigation, sir. To rewind and fast forward it.
To rewind and fast forward, I use these buttons. And to pause, I use that button.
While pause, you can go to the previous frame or the next frame. Just use the same left and right buttons as before, sir. Next, I'll explain how to zoom in. Just point the cursor to the area you want to zoom in on and press the button on the upper left of Mr. Analysis. The one that says Zoom Plus.
Seems I can also use that button to zoom in.
After you zoomed in, you can examine it just like you would the original image.
Use the previous
frame and the next frame buttons to examine frame by frame. But you can't actually play back the video in this mode, so keep that in mind.
And what should I do if I want to zoom out?
Just press the top left button on Mr. Analysis again, sir. Now it should say Zoom minus. And that concludes the explanation, sir. Well then, let's turn on Mr. Analysis. Use Mr. Analysis to examine any suspicious parts of the video, sir.
This is the video from the detention center's camera. I believe this was the moment when Knightley was being attacked by the dog. If that wasn't the case, then what does it show? Is the person in this video really Knightley? And was the true form of the black silhouette attacking this person? I should check the video and try and find out the answer to these two questions.
There could be unexpected things in unexpected places. So be sure to check every nook and cranny of the video, sir.
What part of the video is strange? Hang on. Nothing here. What about here? Wait, was this? Nope. You can see in the mirror. I'm wondering if at some point in the mirror you're able to see, like, something more definitive. Oh, wait! Hang on. A reflection of this person can be seen in this mirror. Was that a cap on his head?
Actually, it looks kind of like the caps the prison guards wear, sir. You don't think it was a guard who was attacked?
Have you received a report of any guard being attacked by an animal?
No, not that I've heard of, sir.
There was someone else wearing a guard's uniform. I see. I have evidence that shows what this cap is. It's probably from this, right? It's the stolen uniform, right? There was no report of a guard being attacked by an animal. However, we did hear that a guard's uniform was stolen. Putting two and two together, I'd say this was a disguise for the purpose of a prison escapee. Do you think it's Jailbird?
Disguised as a guard. That sounds like it could have been successful, sir.
Well,
Speaking of prison escapes,
indeed, that person certainly was successful. Was it Jailbird? If the person in this video is not Nightly, it's Jailbird. Then perhaps that black shadow is not a dog either.
if you zoom in, you should be able to see its real shape, sir.
Ah! Well, it's not a dog. It's the little polar bear thing on him. I feel we've made a grave miscalculation. This animal, this silhouette, no matter how you look at it, it is not a dog. This animal it's a bear. From the silhouette, I'd say that this animal is not a dog, but a bear.
So then, in that photo I took,
Those were paw prints of a bear. Those footprints must have belonged to this bear, yes. Yep.
Did you say a bear?
Yes, that man is the first to come to mind. We were all under the impression that the person in this video was Nightly.
but it's a cell after all. Why wouldn't it be anyone else?
That line of logic no longer holds. Remember the tunnel all under his bed? It's possible whoever used this tunnel is the one on the video.
It seems that the time to answer that question has come. Just who is the person in this video?
The person in this video is... it is J. Elbird.
Take that!
The person wearing the guard's uniform is... the escaped prisoner, J. Elbird. The probability is extremely high. This man is a polar bear cub.
But the bear here is black.
We have evidence that can explain this matter. Oh, we do! The reason the polar bear became black is...
Where is it? Where is it? We actually do have evidence of that. Is it... It's the mud packs, isn't it?
Take that!
Think back to Frank Solid's testimony. That's the rubber glove I dropped. Where did the mud on this glove come from? That's the mud from my mud packs. At the time I was practicing applying my mud packs. Could you tell me when this took place on the day of the incident? Since the animal show had started, I'd say it was around 9 a.m. The mud packs turned the animal's bodies pitch black, and my heart was pure white. I was totally engrossed with covering the animals in mud. During the animal show, Mr. Salt was applying mud packs to the animals.
So then, among those animals...
Was this polar bear? Yes. Huh?
Prosecutor Edgeworth, there's a huge contradiction in your argument. The security camera footage...
Objection!
Judge Courtney, you are quite right. Salt used the mud packs during the animal show. Knowing this, a new contradiction in this video comes to light.
A new contradiction?
Okay, do you know when this footage was taken?
Oh! It was after the mud packs were used. That would put it around 9 a.m.
In that case, you should notice something strange about this video.
Huh? What's strange about it?
The strange thing and that contradicts the time this video was taken is... Is it the time? Yeah. The time Salt covered the polar bear in mud was around 9 a.m. So why is it saying 6? Which means this video should have also been taken at 9 a.m. However, the timestamp reads 6 a.m. Yeah. On that day, the prisoners went to the courtyards and watched the animal show. At this time, only 3 people remained behind. Dogan in the special cell, Salt in the workroom applying his mud packs, and the one who put his escape plan in motion at that moment, J. Elbert. Elbert left the polar bear in Salt's care and entered the secret tunnel. Little baby! However, the bear escaped from Salt and followed after its owner. Ah, and that's when... And just as he was chasing after the escaped bear, Salt happened to witness. The dog pulling the murder weapon out of the body, yep. If Salt's testimony is correct, this video must have been taken around 9 a.m. However, the timestamp is off by 3 hours.
Why would the timestamp be off like that?
That's a great question. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to examine the security camera. Go check it. Something wrong with it?
Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. I asked all the guards and... It seems the camera's power was cut off for a moment, throwing off the timestamp.
What?
The camera's an old model, so if it loses power, the clock stops as well.
In that case, this means the camera's power was cut for 3 hours. Oh, uh-oh.
While I'm at it, I've got some more information for you, sir. You heard that Knightley denied stealing the key, right? Seems nobody would believe the word he heard of the criminal, but... Knightley testified I was knocked out too.
Oh, by who? That may not necessarily be a lie. Do you think it was Elbert? If Jailbert... Oh, actually, that makes sense. Wait. If it was Elbert, then the reasoning becomes kind of obvious. J. Elbert's escape route went to the holding cells, but then the holding cell that he was using to escape ended up being occupied by Knightley. There would be only one way then for Knightley... for J. Elbert to continue his escape, which is knocking out Knightley. It could be true that Knightley was just knocked out because he was in Elbert's way. My, there you all are. Hello. Have you found our escapee yet? Making progress in your investigation. Can I be of any help? Actually, Warren Roland, there is something we must report to you. The escaped prisoner, J. Elbert, is most likely still inside the prison. He has disguised himself. Here is the proof. The person visible in this security video is Elbert. So, perhaps he's still in this very building. Stop turning.
Come think of it, didn't Mr. Elbert have a bracelet like the other prisoners?
The bracelet would have been concealed under the uniform sleeves. Moreover, the prisoner's main gate does not have a sensor to detect bracelets. All you would have to do is avoid any doors with sensors inside the prison.
That's right. So, if he didn't enter the cell or the workrooms,
Could one of you guys be jailbird?
There you are!
Rocky!
A little polar bear. I found him. Aha! Stop it! What are you doing?
It would seem that Rocky has answered that question for us.
No! Rocky! This is all your fault!
The little guy loves you so much, it's enviable.
Right then, seize him at once.
Wait, there's something we must hear from this prisoner. It's necessary if we are to find the truth. I'd like permission to interrogate him. Understood.
What do you want out of me?
Elbert's escape route is linked to Knightley's cell, so it's highly likely he knows something about the crime. I'd like to ask you about the day the body was found.
Here we go.
When the body was found,
So it's you guys. You were the ones who found my secret tunnel. It took me ages to dig that. The day the body was found was the day I had planned to escape. I was in disguise. Then Rocky followed after me. He was all covered in mud. I panicked and returned to my cell.
really?
Damn. If only you guys hadn't shown up. If only Knightley hadn't died.
You say you dug the tunnel. What did you use to dig it?
Oh, that. Just hammers. And spoons. Stuff like that. I brought them from the supplier. But it was all for nothing.
No need to lose your temper. There's always next time. On the day of the incident, it's possible that Elbert met Knightley while he was alive. I'll have to listen to his testimony carefully. We know that he had to have come across Knightley. That's the only way it makes sense, I feel. So it's you guys. You were the ones who found my secret tunnel. You?
Shut up! What's with that hole, it punk?
You say you dug...
What's it to you? You know how long it took me to dig that? I had to beg the supplier for those tools. Day after day, I slaved away. Give me back my hard work. Give it back, you son of a...
I can't get a word edgewise.
You can't just go around discovering people's holes.
It took me ages to dig that. So, you dug that hole alone?
You're damn right I did.
Could a tunnel like that really be dug by one person?
Wow, such wasted effort.
A kid like you wouldn't understand. Never rely on others. Never let others see you. Those are the rules we live by in here.
Well, as a great thief, I kind of see where you're coming from.
Okay, don't agree with him, please.
No, I was just joking.
Well, I wasn't. Damn, why did it come to this?
The day the body was found was the day I had planned to escape. I was in disguise. Did you obtain the guard's uniform from the supplier too?
Yeah, that's right. Seems he got it by threatening a guard. That guy went and stole it from someone's locker.
So when you went through the tunnel, you were already dressed like a guard.
No, to ensure that the clothes wouldn't get stained with mud, I carried them with me. Once I got out of the hole and changed clothes, getting out of the cell doors was simple. That's when Rocky ran up and jumped on me.
That must be the moment the security camera captured. I see. Could you add that to your testimony? Once I got out of the hole and changed clothes, getting out of the cell doors was simple. Really? Getting out of the cell door was simple, you say?
Yeah, compared to going through the tunnel, it was very simple.
You inhabit a prison, yet you seem to know the layout of the detention center quite well. Whoa.
What's so wrong about it? Sure, I've been to the detention center too.
In that case, he should have known about it from the start. When Knightley was in his cell, the door would have been locked. Which means there was one piece of evidence Elwood needed to escape. The keys. Yeah, getting out of the cell doors was simple. It would be simple. That is, assuming you had the keys.
Objection!
So where are the keys then, genius? You say it was simple getting in through the cell door.
Yeah, that's right. You got a problem with that? Huh?
Even though you managed to arrive at Knightley's cell, opening the door wasn't so simple. How did you intend to unlock the cell door? J. Elbert, you had the key to Knightley's cell.
I ain't got nothing like that. That's it. It was open. It was already unlocked when I got there.
Objection!
That's not even likely. Indeed, the cell was vacant after the Knightley's death, which is why, at the time we conducted our investigation, it was unlocked. Your successful escape attempt occurred after Knightley's death, so the door would have been open. However, you had tried to escape once before then.
The plan was foiled thanks to Rocky. The video shows it.
Yes, that was during the animal show, before Knightley's death was known. And the cell door was locked because no one knew he was dead. Without the key to Knightley's cell, your escape would have been impossible.
That means it can't be.
It's exactly what you think. In the case of the stolen key, the culprit is... J. Elbert. You were the one who attacked the guard, weren't you? Yep. Guard, and Knightley too, in order to steal the cell key.
It wasn't me. I didn't know any Knightley.
Objection!
After stealing the key, you returned to your cell as a precautionary measure. Then, you waited for a time. Then you wait for a time when the prison would be mostly vacant. That was just before Knightley's death became known. In other words, during the animal show. But in the end, the plan was foiled thanks to Rocky.
Don't screw with me. If you don't have evidence, I'll still win by decision. Besides, it was that Knightley guy who got attacked by the guard, right?
Objection!
I think not. Regarding the theft of the keys, Knightley was the victim. This proves Knightley was the victim who was attacked in his cell. Oh, wait! There are small bruises on his head.
Take that!
Why would he have small bruises? What? Wait, I forgot. I forgot you were here. I'm gonna be honest with you. I completely forgot the. I completely forgot the best was here. To be honest with you. Oh, poor DeBest. I just feel bad for this kid. I have to remember the stay of Knightley's cell. This Bruce Knightley was the victim who was attacked in his cell. Oh, wait. Are you talking about
Take that!
the wiped floor blood? It was his. In Knightley's cell, there were traces of his blood, which had been wiped away. Right. I believe this is more than enough proof Knightley was attacked in his cell. You attacked those two people and stole the key, didn't you? Oh,
Damn!
yeah, you're getting beat up now, buddy.
I never thought you'd find the bloodstain I wiped away with the newspaper.
Why would you go through all this trouble of wiping the bloodstain?
On the hands of Knightley and the guard, there were obvious signs of a scuffle, you know. If the bloodstains were uncovered, they'd find out there was another attacker. And if anyone looked around on the bed, the tunnel I dug would be discovered.
So, you were trying to buy more time for your escape attempt. But I'm afraid to say your plan still ended in failure. Now then, hand over the keys to Knightley's cell!
TKO. No way. How can an amateur like you knock me out? Here. I got the keys right here.
On the day before the body was found, a guard was attacked and the key was taken by Elbert. Huh? What now?
Hold it. If you have that key, then that means...
That's right, Judge Courtney. You reasoned that Knightley stole the key and used it to leave his cell. From there, he entered Mr. Key's cage and was moved to the workroom. However, the very foundation of that hypothesis has collapsed. I see. In that case, there was only one person who could have moved Knightley. The criminal must have been someone who knew about the secret tunnel.
Hey, are you suggesting? J. Elbert, you're under arrest, pal. Wait, I didn't do nothing. Sure, I knocked out those two guys. Sure, I stole the keys. And after that, I waited for the perfect time to enter the guy's cell. But the cell was empty then. There was no dead body either. And also, how could I have gone into the workroom? I couldn't even leave my own cell, right?
It's true. You only had the key to Knightley's cell. But there's also Dogen's dog.
What?
It'd be possible for the dog to carry the body from the cell to the workroom. I see. So, you're saying there was an accomplice. The crime would have been possible if Elbert and Dogen were working together. It's perfectly possible. Somehow Elbert managed to carry the Knightley's body to his own cell.
And then, the dog must have carried it to the workroom.
Yes, because all the animals can move freely in the prison. But that's not the case for the path between the detention center and the prison. The only one who could use that route was you, J. Elbert. What now?
What if there was another route that you didn't know about?
There couldn't have been. The tunnel is a straight path, is it not?
Yeah, seems like it. I didn't have enough time to dig any more than I did. I only dug halfway up the corridor.
Huh? What do you mean? You what? You mean to say that you didn't dig the entire tunnel?
When I got to that cell, the tunnel was already there.
What?
There's a tunnel linking my cell to the well.
Well?
Looking down the well from the courtyard, there was no mistaking it. They've always been connected. I just continued the tunnel with my digging.
What? What was that hole doing there in the first place? Why? Huh?
Who knows? Maybe another inmate dug it in an attempt to escape?
Or maybe the animals dug it. Maybe they wanted to drink from the well.
That's highly doubtful.
There's no water in that well anymore. It's all dried up. Wait a minute. That's it. For some reason, that well gave off a nice scent.
Sweets. Why are sweets coming up again and again? A nice scent.
I don't know what it was, but it smelled sweet, like candy.
What is going on? Why is the smell of sweets in the air? What? This scent. I believe we've come across it before. We know the scent from... Yeah, it was on Knightley's body as well.
Take that!
But why? What's going on? Knightley's body was giving off a sweet candy-like scent. But what would be giving off a candy-like scent? We used a police dog to track that scent. And that led us to discover the tunnel. By any chance, could this be the same scent as the well?
Prosecutor Edgeworth, I know what you're trying to say. That the scent proves that the body was carried down through the tunnel.
Exactly. And, J. Elbert, you are the only one who could have used the tunnel. Huh?
Thank you, Mr. Albert. I'm very grateful to you. At last the truth comes to light. Mr. Albert, wouldn't it be wise to confess now? To being an accomplice, I mean.
Don't tell me even you suspect me too.
Judge Courtney, it seems you and I have come to the same conclusion.
Not at all. Our thoughts on this matter are still quite different. Mr. Albert was certainly an accomplice, but an accomplice to Horace Knightley.
So,
To Knightley?
Hold it!
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Mr. Albert did not move the body. He simply lent the victim his keys. What? It would seem Mr. Albert did indeed strike Mr. Knightley on the head. However, Mr. Knightley was not knocked out. The two must have made a little negotiation.
Negotiation.
For Mr. Knightley's escape plan to work, he would have needed the keys to his cell. So Mr. Albert stole them from the guard. On the other hand, for Mr. Albert to escape, he needed to get it to Mr. Knightley's cell. But if Mr. Knightley had seen him and yelled, the plan would have gone down the drain. And so, they negotiated.
What?
I didn't negotiate nothing.
Oh? You still intend to deny it?
I see. So, in other words, we're back where we started.
Mr. Albert opened the cell door, and Mr. Knightley entered Mr. Key's cage. And then, he was moved into the prison.
What? But why? What? Of course! And then he was killed in the prison workroom.
Objection!
What? Weren't you listening? The scent on the body shows it must have been moved through the tunnel. Knightley was moved from the detention center through the tunnel. What?
Please wait until someone is finished before speaking. I do not claim that he wasn't moved through the tunnel.
What? You don't?
The scent shows that the body was moved through the tunnel. However, that does not mean it came from the detention center. What do you mean? That sure sounds like a contradiction to me. Isn't there one more possibility? The well in the courtyard. It's possible the body was dropped down from there.
What? No, it's not.
The courtyard? Ah, the well in the courtyard!
But it's covered by a grate. Right?
Mr. Keys carried the cage not to the workroom, but the courtyard. Mr. Knightley was killed in the courtyard, and his body was dropped down the well.
But that doesn't make sense. What about the... Oh, you're gonna say the blanket or the cloth, though, aren't you?
And then the body at the bottom of the well was moved by Mr. Dogan's dog.
This is wild for our second case. What is going on?
Now, there's one thing I'd like you all to remember. Before the body was discovered, what was happening in the courtyard?
The show.
The animal show, right? Regina and Simon were there. Wait, Simon?
Yep, bad.
I see you understand. Who then dropped the body down the well?
Judge Courtney. She's a tough opponent. Her flexible way of thinking enables her to adapt and come up with her own deductions.
Mr. Knightley was not carried to the workroom, but to the courtyard. And Mr. Keys was off stage for 15 minutes. This was when he dropped Mr. Knightley down the well. It's as simple as that.
Objection!
Not good. Judge Courtney, your reasoning is sound, I'll admit that. However, let's say the body was dropped down the well. That didn't have to be done during the show. It could have happened at a different time. Stop overruling me!
Unfortunately for you, Prosecutor Edgeworth, that is not possible.
What? What do you mean?
When the show started, Mr. Elber was in the tunnel, on his way to the cell block. Mr. Albert, at that time, did you happen to see a body in the tunnel?
Nope, nothing like that.
So, if the body had been dropped before the show, Mr. Albert would have seen it. However, he has said he did not see a body.
Yeah. This is bad.
So it is impossible to think that the body was dropped up before the show. And after the show, the body was discovered in the workroom. In other words, the body being dropped down the well and then moved to the workroom could only have been done during the show. And the only one who could have done it is Simon Keys. Mr. Edgeworth, what should we do?
If the body was moved through the well, that does put Mr. Keys at a major disadvantage. However, the notion that the body was moved through the well is only a hypothesis. That doesn't mean there's evidence. am obligated to recognize that fact. Will you allow me to investigate the courtyard once more? I give my approval in the name of the goddess of law.
All right, thank you.
Huh. Reinvestigating the courtyard. I fear this may be our final chance.
What now? What?
Huh? What?
Fire! What do you mean? Fire!
Could there be another prison break, pal?
Should we evacuate?
Everyone, please remain calm. This is just the signal for the evening meal.
Why is it terrifying?
It's a little loud, so I can understand why you'd be surprised.
It sure scared me.
Could you not have it sound like a...
I'm terribly sorry. And with that, everyone, please return to your posts. J. Elbert, it's also time for you to return to your room.
I got it. Let's go, Rocky.
Warren Rowan, we will be proceeding to the courtyard for another investigation. Isn't it time for you to go home as well, Miss Edgeworth? It looks like we're out of time. Why don't you continue this another time?
But what? The investigation?
Today's been a big day, right? With the escaped prisoner and all. So I'm afraid I can't let outsiders like you loiter around any longer. This is my decision as the warden of this prison.
What?
Looks like it can't be helped. The warden's work can be called the law of the prison. Prosecutor Edgeworth, this means we will have to carry out our investigation another day.
Warden Roland, why are you suddenly being strange? I don't like this. Why is...
Until then, you may hold on to your prosecutor's badge. And with that, I leave you.
Help? Please?
Now, I think it's time you all left.
Well, looks like we'll have to continue the investigation tomorrow.
Knightley's body was dropped down the well and was carried to the workroom from Mr. Elbert's cell. This is Judge Courtney's logic. But is it correct? And Judge Courtney claims that Mr. Keyes transported him, but was Mr. Keyes really the only one with a chance to move him?
Mr. Edgeworth, let's do our best tomorrow. We have to save Simon no matter what.
Indeed, I agree. I must prove Mr. Keyes innocent without fail. This case has been insane. How the heck? This case has been truly nutty. March 29th, 10:12 a.m., prison courtyard. The courtyard. Depending on what we find here, the entire incident could become clear. However,
There's nothing left here.
they removed everything. Could it really be? I still find it weird. Why did she suddenly just ask us to leave? Well, you know what this is reminding me of? It's reminding me of Ernest Amano from the first Investigations game. When he said we couldn't investigate the place anymore. Why? And of course, we know what happened to Ernest Amano, considering... Yeah, I mean, his son was the culprit, and then he was part of that smuggling thing.
There's nothing left here.
Yesterday...
Isn't there one more possibility? The well in the courtyard. It's possible the body was dropped down from there. In other words, the body being dropped down the well and then moved to the workroom could only have been done during the show. And the only one who could have done it is Simon Keyes.
was the body dropped down the well or not? This could be the decisive clue that we need to reach the truth of the matter. Before I continue with the investigation, I should organize my evidence. Necessary evidence has been removed, remaining evidence has been reorganized.
Let's see here. Hey, there's a grate here.
The well's run dry after all. They even put a lock on it.
Lock picking is one of my specialties. Wanna see?
There's absolutely no need for you to show off.
Oh, come on, don't be like that. Whoa,
What happened, Kay?
the lock is broken. Judging from the looks of it, it feels like it was broken some time ago.
Really? Huh, your skills actually come in handy. How do you know how long ago it was broken? So the lock was broken? This means that anyone could have dropped the body down this well. Great. According to Judge Courtney's reasoning, Mr. Keys murdered Knightley in the courtyard. And then, during the show, he would dispose of the body in the well. You think so? Did he really use the well to move the body?
I know. Let's get Missile to help out again. He should be able to track down the center of the body.
Good idea. Let me contact Detective Gumshoe.
I'm running, sir! Yes, sir. Detective Gumshoe here.
Detective, I have a favor to ask of you. We would like for you to bring Missile to the prison courtyard.
Sounds like you need help with one of my 7 secret weapons again, huh, sir?
I thought that missile belonged to the police department. And also, I would like for you to contact a witness. Please contact Regina Berry of the Berry Big Circus and bring her here.
Roger that, sir. I'll bring him over in a flash.
So, what should we do while we wait for Gummy? How about some hide and seek?
No, I am not playing games with you, child. What are you talking about, Skay? There's nowhere to hide here. I don't think that's the issue. Okay, during times like this, isn't it your turn to shine? Ooh! Can you use Little Thief?
I remember. How that? You want me to recreate the crime scene?
Use Little Thief. Use Little Thief.
Huh? How do you do that?
See for yourself. The Great Thief's secret weapon, Little Thief.
I see it.
Into the tech dimension! Whoa, what's that? Screen's floating in midair. Just what are you doing, Kay?
I'm entering the information we need for the simulation.
Mr. Shields, this Little Thief is a tool that can recreate a crime scene based on the information it is given.
Should I set for how this place was like when we came here yesterday?
Yes, I believe they were in the middle of taking down the set. We didn't pay enough attention into the wells, though, so it's possible we may have missed a clue.
Leave it to me. I took a picture of the place, too. There, and there. Data entry complete. Now set the projection to maximum output. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares to take wing, one alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood.
Here we go! Wow, that looks completely different. Before it was like a diamond, I think. What just happened?
I recreated the courtyard from yesterday, based on the information I entered. This was a tool that the previous Yatagarasu used. It's a device used to run simulations to practice stealing things.
But used in this manner, we can inspect the crime scene as it was in the past.
Oh, but it's still only a recreation based on what information we have. I can't recreate what I don't have information for, and if my information is incorrect, the recreation could come out strange too.
In this case, since Kay has had the photo, there should be no problems. Now, let's begin with the investigation. I'm in the green dimension, boy!
Since it's a recreation, you can just examine things like you always do. You can even present evidence when you find a contradiction.
Yes, I know. First, I should start with that well. Hello, Kay. Notice anything?
It'd be nice if we could come up with an alibi for Simon.
Do not bring in your personal feelings or you won't be able to conduct a proper investigation. Information should be collected calmly and swiftly.
I see. It's just like how Mr. Edgeworth never shows any emotion. When you analyze your opponents with that icy glare.
Do I really come across as such a cold person? Maybe Phoenix is right. Wait, I'm sorry. I didn't expect to just push K. It's like, K, move.
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm not... Okay.
I wasn't expecting that. That was really funny looking to me. Hello, Astique, the fake elephant. What was that elephant's name again?
She's Astique the Asian elephant.
Star of the show, along with Regent the Tiger and Simon. I actually didn't expect that would be important.
Ah, that's right. It's an easy name to remember.
Maybe they couldn't think of a good name, so they gave her a name that's easy to remember?
Mr. Edgeworth, what a terrible thing to say about poor Astique.
Look, I'm not the namer. That's great. No, there are tires attached to it, so I guess it's a cart.
Just once, I'd like to ride on one of these bad boys down a hill. Or maybe one of those office chairs with the wheels. Doesn't that sound like fun?
What is she talking about?
Edgeworth, you have no soul.
This door's locked.
Let me pick it.
Nope, you said this before.
You said this before, Kay. It's not any different.
Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it.
Grant Thief's secret weapon. I see. But isn't this bad, using a thief's tool to aid in the investigation?
I don't know the legality of this.
Don't make such a scary face. It's alright, Uncle Ray's lips are sealed. It's for the truth, right?
Yeah.
The evidence may very well have been destroyed.
Already been destroyed. In order to recreate the crime scene, we need her help.
Why so serious? In times like this, a simple smile will suffice.
Yes. Thank you very much.
What about the water?
This pond is where Walden Roland keeps her pet alligator.
I guess those fish bones are the remains of her last meal.
I don't think an alligator would leave such clean bones.
But she had a very refined looking face.
I couldn't tell at all.
That's because I'm a girl who's good with faces.
Why don't I feel the least bit jealous? It's because I have no soul.
What an impressive barbed wire fence. It really gets my beast blood boiling.
I wouldn't touch it though. You'll be in for quite a shock. In fact, I'm pretty sure you'll die.
I wonder what's on the other side of the fence.
Looks like the warden's office.
Heard she keeps even more animals over there.
Why don't they just turn this place into a zoo already?
The problem with that is it would turn into a reverse zoo. The humans are the attractions and the animals are the visitors.
This is the stage where they put on the animal show.
If I put in a great deep
Wait, this is already said before. Pretty sure the police would show up. There are chairs. These were used for audience seating during the show.
pulling up all these chairs must have been a chore.
Is that so?
Don't tell me you've never tidied up folding chairs before.
I've delegated that task to others in the past.
Mr. Edgeworth, you should try doing some manual labor once in a while.
I'll look into it. And by that I say I will leave it all to Gumshoe. I won't rest until I've inspected every nook and cranny. Aw, dang it! Let's examine the area around the well. It holds the key to this case. You didn't say we'll inspect it! Ugh, damn it. There's a pulley here. This pulley was used to lift the bucket from the well. Buckets can't be found. There's a big pokey thing here. It's a sturdy hemp rope.
It looks like the rope that you use for tug-of-wars.
I'm not going to play tug-of-war with you.
I didn't even say anything yet.
There's a metal stake attached to the end of the rope.
Ah, use these to pen down the tent and when you go camping.
It doesn't seem like they need this for the performance. I wonder what it was used for. They mentioned that he was killed by... They mentioned... What did the autopsy report say exactly again? Sharp metal object. Do you think this stab thing is... I don't have enough proof for that, though. This is a metal weight. It weighs... It's hard to see in the recreation. Okay, do you remember?
I think it was 33 pounds.
Metal weights, placed near the well, each one weighs 33 pounds, so in total we got 66 pounds. Oh, wait, I thought you said that... Wait, did you say there was two, or... I only see one.
I wonder what...
Wait, I'm confused.
I wonder what such a heavy thing was used for.
I thought it said there was two for some reason. Am I just stupid? I'm probably just stupid. It doesn't seem to be directly related to the circus. Just to confirm my... Did it say there were two? No, it said each one. I just, for some reason, assumed that meant... Whatever. Examine. There's some pulleys here. They don't appear to be the pulley that was used to lift the bucket from the well. Ah, wrong button. Nothing unusual. The well was behind the stage. That means only a few people would have access to dump the body in the well during the performance. This isn't looking good for Mr. Keys.
These things are around the well. What were they used for?
Ropes, pulleys, metal weights, and ropes. What could they be used for? Yeah,
They don't seem to be related to the animal show.
I agree. We can ask Miss Berry about it later. That's all the information we can gather for now. The detective should be here soon, too. Okay, go ahead and shut down the little thief.
Alright, returning the area to normal.
Whee! Investigation complete. I didn't even realize we were in an investigation, to be honest.
Sorry to keep you waiting, sir.
Hey!
Hey, sweet gummy.
There's actually a gumshoe. That was quick.
Couldn't keep you waiting for too long, sir.
Thanks for coming along too, Regina. No problem. It sounded like fun, so I skipped practice to come here.
Thank you for your cooperation. First, detective, let's have the missile do some tracking.
No problem, sir. Hey, Missile, over here, pal.
Why is he angry?
I was eating you, pal. I said over here.
What's the matter?
Looks like he's scared of something, sir.
Why is he... Why? Oh. That. Alligator!
I guess he's scared of the alligator, sir.
Good grief. Looks like Missile won't be much help to us. So, what should we do, Miles? Maybe we can ask Miss Berry for help.
What is it? What is it? Is there something I can do?
Can you do something about the alligator to make it not scare the friggin' dog?
You want me to teach Allie a trick?
Actually, she probably could. No, I just need you to tell me about the condition of the courtyard during the show.
Looks like it's my time to shine again.
Yes, if you please. Are you activating Little Thief once more? There we go.
Alright, that should do it. I'm starting up the recreation now.
Whoa, what the?
Recreation
What in the world is going on behind the tent? What is happening to the well and stuff? They're glitched.
Recreation complete. This time you can see how the courtyard was during the animal show.
It should be around the time the body was dropped down the well.
Oh, cool! It's just like magic. It's not magic. I just recreated the scene based on the information you gave us. See? Look over there.
Yeah. The backstage area is missing. Yeah, what's going on there?
Well, Regina didn't help with the preparation, so she doesn't really know how it was set up.
I get it. You can't recreate what you don't have info for, huh?
I'm sorry. It's because Simon took care of setting everything up.
Don't worry yourself, man, Regina Pie. Mars is the one at fault here. How am I at fault? Why me?
Mr. Edgeworth, I've recreated this show in progress. But I can also change it to how it was earlier, when it was being taken down.
I see. So we can examine the courtyard during the show, and after. We can freely switch between the two different states. To change the recreation, select the little thief on the bottom screen. Now, let's begin the investigation. Begin investigation.
Hey, pal.
Oh, do not hit that button.
Hey, pal. What you need, Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth, you got that look on your face like you want to use my secret weapon, sir. This isn't in the mood, but I've got my fishing rod ready to go. Would you prefer the metal sector?
One of the Gumshoe's 7 secret weapons can detect metal objects. I've never seen the detective's eyes sparkle like that. If need be, I'll let you know. For now, just stand by. Hello, Missile.
Aww.
As you can see, he's totally scared, sir. I want him to track its scent, but it looks like that won't be possible.
Oh, baby.
You come here often, Regina? Yes, I have many friends here. I love this place. New friends, old friends, everyone's a friend here. Yesterday, Miss Warren introduced me to a new friend, little Allie.
The alligator who lurks in the pond in the courtyard?
That pond, if you get too close, it feels like you'll get gulped. I don't think little Allie would do such a thing.
Little?
Her stomach wasn't feeling very well yesterday.
Excuse you? How do you know?
I'm worried. Aren't you all worried too? Right? Yes, of course. We're all worried, right, Mr. Edworth?
Don't drag me into this. Alligator stomach hurt? What do you mean?
A love story between an elephant and a tiger. I really wanted to see that. I also wanted to see Simon in action. Simon is really amazing, especially the part where he gets blown away.
Blown away? That's the scene in question.
At that point, the suspect, in the role of the villain, is blown away by the heroine's burning love and makes his exit. After being blown away, the suspect disappeared from the stage.
Are you saying the crime was committed during that time? Do you know how long he was gone from the stage?
Let me think. About 15 minutes or so.
It's just as Judge Courtney said. But isn't it dangerous to be blown away by an elephant?
It's alright. A sea is very gentle.
That's not who we're worried about here.
During the first few practices, he was having trouble getting blown away. Then all of a sudden, he was able to be sent flying beautifully. He might be using some sort of device, but it's amazing.
A device? Do you know anything about it?
I have no idea. Simon handled it all by himself.
The scene where Steak knocks Simon into the air employs some kind of trick. Strange. What is going on here? These chairs are lined up in an orderly fashion. I guess there were a few empty seats during the performance.
This intimate atmosphere, and the closeness between the stage and the audience, reminds me of the karaoke tournament I entered when I was a kid.
Karaoke tournament?
I was the runner-up. Dark skies weaving when no other bird dares to take wing. One alone remains all-seeing. Now listen to the song of a real modern-day Robin Hood.
Don't tell me you actually sang that song.
Of course, this song rocks.
I'm surprised she actually made it to the finals. Did she steal second place? Nah, if she didn't steal first place, she must have gone there fair and square. I can't make fun of her. Damn it. Oh? This crate was empty in the recreation earlier. Oh, is it full now?
That's right. It was also empty in the picture I took.
But what's in it?
Ah, I'm sorry. That information is wrong.
What do you mean?
This crate contained a steak's food. In the morning on the day of the show, all the apples were gone. I totally forgot about that. I'm sorry.
Missing apples, huh? I should make a note of it. Apples? Apple. Huh, why would apples be missing? That's weird. It's the cage of the Asian elephant, a steak. The elephant is performing on stage right now, so the cage is empty.
I wonder how Steak entered the courtyard.
What do you mean now?
The entrance here is human-sized, and this fence is electrified. I don't think an elephant would enter from there.
They could just turn off the electricity.
If they did that, all the inmates would escape.
I doubt anyone would escape while an elephant was entering.
I wonder how she came in. This requires some thought.
She seems to be enjoying her little brain teaser. I should just let her be.
Wrong button, don't change it!
Oh, hey.
An impressive barbed wire fence. Really gets my thief's blood boiling.
This is the same thing as before.
Ah!
Trying to make sure I explore everything here first before going backwards. What about here? This pond is where Walden Roland keeps a pet.
Hi. Rank the secret weapon. I've already said this stuff before. Alright, in that case, let's go ahead and switch the scene. Well, I'll recreate the after the show scene. Actually, what am I doing? Go back. I completely forgot something very obvious for some reason. Go back. I don't know how I managed to forget this, but, how did I manage to not at all check this mess? At this point in time, we still don't have enough information about the area.
That's right, Mr. Edgeworth. Please steal some information.
I don't steal information. I obtain it through my investigation and logic.
I prefer to act first. I prefer to act first before thinking.
You may act before thinking, as long as you don't interfere with the investigation. I won't want to arrest you. Alright, now we can go back. I just wanted to see that first. I think we also need to take a look at the logic soon. Whew. Let's talk to you while we're in the past. Okay, let's take a look. Okay, so... pulleys, metal weights, and ropes. What could they be used for? Simon's stunt. The Seymour Steak knocks Simon into the air, implores... implores? Yeah, employs some kind of trick. Missing apples. Apple. Combine that with a steak? I doubt this is gonna work. Oh, it did! Wait, what? The apples in the crate were probably eaten by a sneak.
But it's strange. I remember leaving the crate out of reach from a steak's nose.
Oh! Are you certain?
Yes, the crate was still full of apples on the night before the show.
Then the cart was moved to where her nose could reach it. Without many apples, it could not have been moved by the wind. Most likely, the crate was moved by a person. Somebody moved the crate of apples on the night before the show. Interesting. Alright. Prior to the show, the cart's position was already changed and the apples were all eaten. This appears to be the correct information. Please, update the simulation parameters, Kay.
Alright, I'll use the new information to recreate the scene. First, let's return to during the show scene. Using the info we got from Regina, I'll recreate the scene with the car in its actual place. Recreation complete.
Let's take a look. No wonder I thought it smelled like an animal's. It contained the elephant's food.
So this is filled with Astique's apples. That's right. Oh, on the day before the show is full of apples.
And in the morning, they were all gone.
Oh, did you think of something?
You could say that. Okay, let's take a look at the logic. So, we know that somebody moved that crate of apples on the night before the show. Hang on. I'm gonna try something weird. You think... Damn it. What? I was hoping maybe we could look for something with the metal detector. Wait! Bingo! I get it. He's never got knocked up by the... He never got knocked away by the elephant. I think he was just simply he used a pulley system to make it look like he was thrown back. When in reality, all that was done is he was basically dragged away. Mr. Keys used a device for his stunt. Maybe the tools around the well are connected to this.
Yeah, he was pulled away. Okay, I'd like to recheck the tools laying around the well yesterday. Can you change the recreation to the after the show scene?
Roger.
Let's go back. Yeah, that's why he suddenly got it perfect every time. He wasn't using the elephant anymore. He was using it in a trick that would guarantee it working. The tools lying around the well. And it also explains, like, Simon did say he wasn't really good with working with the animals, right? I'm pretty sure he said something along the lines. He was like a novice at it. He only really knows how to do with Money the monkey, but if he used a pulley system, he wouldn't have to worry. Could they have been a part of his device?
Seems very likely. I wonder if it's possible to recreate the device.
If you ask Mr. Keys, he should be able to tell you how the device was put together.
Alright, I'll go ask him.
Bye.
Mr. Edgeworth, I asked him about it.
And did you find out how the device works?
He used a rope to hang some weights on the well's pulley.
I see.
The weights were suspended inside the well. Then he ran the rope through the 2 more pulleys and tied the end of the rope to his own body.
I see. Yeah, that would work. So he uses the force of the falling weights to send himself flying. But what's to stop the weights from falling on their own?
In order to prevent that from happening, he used a stopper. Miss Berry didn't know anything about the well. That means...
sorry. Miss Berry didn't know anything about the well. That means Mr. Keys removed the stopper by himself.
Correct. That's why a second rope was needed. This rope was attached to the stopper, and when it was pulled over from the stage...
Yep, it was swinging back. The stopper would be removed, and the weights would drop down the well.
I'm definitely going to steal this idea. Yagarasu won't lose something like this.
Don't waste your time. Circus acts require extensive training. Even if you steal the device, it won't do you any good.
Then I'll train as well.
Before you start training, could you first update the recreation?
Oh, yeah. You want me to do to recreate the device that was used in the performance. First, let's return to during the show scene.
This might fix up the well, right?
Next, I'll input the information of the device on the well. Now we can recreate the device Simon made.
And this will make the well look normal again and not glitchy, right? Yep, there we go. So, this is the device that Mr. Keys used. Set up for the big stunt during the show. Uses 3 pulleys, 2 ropes, and the well and some weights.
Simon sure is gutsier than he looks. Using the falling weights has the force to launch himself during his performance.
Indeed, he would have to drop enough weights to exceed his own body weight, in order to provide the strength needed to pull him off the stage. In order for the stunt to work, the weights must exceed Simon's weight.
Simon must have practiced a lot for this.
Yeah. But something feels wrong here. Yep, had a feeling.
Huh? Isn't this strange?
Yeah, he needs more weights than just one, so where are the others?
What's wrong, pal?
The weights are missing. Haven't you noticed, Detective? What's strange about the weight is... the number, right? What's strange is the number of weights. In other words, it's not heavy enough. Yeah, in order to lift Simon's body, more weights are required, so where are the other weights? He couldn't possibly have done it with just one. In order to pull Mr. Key's body weight.
You're right, sir.
But where'd the rest of the weights go?
Looks like it's time for me to use my 7 secret weapons, sir.
If necessary, I'll let the detective know. Oh, you think? Hang on. Are you asking me to do this? Can you search for them with the metal detector? This is what I need, yep. Detective Gumshoe, it's time for your secret weapon.
Yes, sir.
I was hoping for the metal detector.
I don't get many chances to use this one. Before we begin the search, let me go over how to use the metal detector, sir. This metal detector uses sound. This meter to let you know how close you are to a metal object. When you get closer to a metal object, the metal detector will have a bigger reaction, like this. When you get to the biggest reaction, give me the order to examine that spot, sir. Now let's see what we got. It's just a metal fence. And that's basically how you search for metal objects. Just give me the instructions on where you want to search, sir.
I'm playing as Gumshoe!
Let me explain it.
No.
Sound of the mirror will let you know how close you are to metal objects.
Detective, I don't need you to explain to me again.
But you asked me to explain it again. They were getting warmer, but the reaction's still kind of weak, sir.
Detective Gumshoe, enough with the idle chatter, and continue the investigation.
Yes, sir.
Wrong button, damn it!
We're getting closer. There could be something metal nearby.
Found it!
Here, sir. Looks like there's something here.
I don't see anything that could be metallic. What could be causing the reaction?
Maybe there are iron filings around here?
Iron filings? Like the ones you collect with the magnet?
Yes, sir. I guess they're mixing with the sand here. We're going to pull them out. We'll need a secret weapon number 6. Or was it 7?
Can't you even keep that much straight?
It's just a regular magnet I bought at the hardware store. Hold it near the ground and presto. Pick them all up, sir. Wow, this is really... Well, what do you know?
Playing simple joints, simple tasks. What a simpleton. Let's check somewhere else.
Continue to search, sir. Here, sir. Looks like there's treasures. There's something here. Ooh. It's a gold coin, sir. It's a historical discovery.
It's hardly possible that something like this could find its way into a prison. Oh, there it is. So that's where it was buried. That's a coin from the bi-weekly coin hunting competition.
There's an event like that? Sure sounds like fun, pal.
It's an event where the warden buries some coins and the prisoners search for them. There are 3 silver coins and 1 gold coin. Whoever finds them and can trade them in for snacks. A coin hunting competition and an animal show. Just what kind of prison is this anyway?
Let's continue the search.
Eh? Wait, what? Oh, wait.
Yeah, there's a reaction here too, sir. Let's check it out. Huh?
Why is it in the water?
I found these in the clumps of grass here.
Ha-ha! These are the weights used for that hoisting device. Were these intentionally hidden?
There's 4 of them in all, sir.
That many weights would be enough to lift Simon.
So, the other weights that were used in the device were hidden. Why were they hidden over here, though?
Yeah.
See? I'm really earning my keep today, sir, aren't I? Ah!
The alligator.
That scared me, pal. Huh?
Wait, what? Wait, what? The alligator? What's the matter, detective?
It looks like the metal detector is reacting to this alligator.
Really? Why?
Are you sure it isn't still just reacting to the weights?
It's a different reaction, sir. And it's definitely coming from the alligator.
Huh. It's gone. Eh?
Looks like it's scared of us. I don't think so, Kay.
Huh?
If anything, I think Allie looks a little under the weather.
Ali? I suppose that was what Warden Roland called it.
She didn't eat any of the food that the warden gave her yesterday. I think she might have eaten something bad.
So I guess the metal detector could be reacting to whatever the alligator ate.
Oh, maybe she ate one of the weights?
I don't think even an alligator can ingest 33-pound weights. But what could the metal detector be reacting to? Regina, do you have any way of getting that alligator to spit it out? I don't know, you're an animal thing. And regardless, why were these weights hidden? Maybe we should take another look at the device on the well. Okay, I'd like you to recreate the after the show scene again.
Alright, leave it to me.
Maybe some sort of inconsistency is going to come up. Let's see it. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking nook and cran. Wells behind the stage, that means so many few people, blah blah. No. Change the recreation. Oh, that's all. Almost dream. So hang on. Okay, I can't do it. I have to deduce in the previous section. Okay. Go back. So it's something wrong with this part. The question is what, though? 2 weights. And it's after... Okay, so... Weights. Trying to think here. Found with the body, was it used to tie up the victim? Huh. Wait. Is it talking about...
Eureka!
Nope, I'm wrong. There's no contradiction. I lied. Feels like something is missing. Oh, is there something missing? Missing. What is missing? Let's look at it. Oh! Wait a minute. Hang on. I don't exactly know where to point this at, but... There we go! There's supposed to be 2 ropes. Oops. But there's only one right here. This recreation and the device we saw earlier, there's a major discrepancy. One of the ropes is missing.
You're right.
Without it, this device won't work.
I wonder what happened to it.
Where did the missing rope disappear to? It's possible that we hold the piece of evidence that shows where the rope went.
Huh?
Which piece of evidence shows where the missing rope went? Yeah, it's right here.
Take that!
It was at the crime scene. Also, I didn't show that I was gonna get hurt until then. I guess I could just go for the obvious answer, which is the rope itself.
Take that!
The rope we found with the dead body.
Could it be...
Yes, it could be the other piece of rope that was used here.
Then does that mean...
This rope was attached to the weight. However, the weight was not one of these metal weights. These weights were hidden in the grass and replaced with something else.
If they were replaced, then what was used as a weight?
What was tied to the rope that we found in the workroom? If we can recall that, then the answer should be clear. The weight that was dropped in place of the weights that Mr. Keys had prepared was... The weight that was dropped in place of the weights that Mr. Keys dropped. You're not trying to tell me... Please tell me you're not telling me it's this.
Take that!
What dropped down the well? None other than Knightley's dead body.
Mr. Knightley's body was used as a weight?
It's the only thing... Yes, the weights were replaced with Knightley's body. Yeah. Mr. Keys used the device to launch himself off the stage. When the rope that was tied to him was undone and let go, both the body and the rope dropped down the well. The rope wasn't used to tie up Knightley. It was used to suspend him inside the well. That also explains why the other weights were hidden.
So that no one would find out that the weights were replaced with a body.
Yes, the killer was the one who hid the weights. So, when Simon wasn't looking, or when no one was around, the killer swapped the weights with the body, so they knew ahead of time about the trick then, right? They would have had to know ahead of time that this was what Simon was doing, using weights to create the illusion of being thrown away by the elephant. They knew about that trick. But Miles, wasn't Knightley's boy stabbed in the neck with a murder weapon? If he was suspended in the well, wouldn't there be blood at the bottom of the well? But the killer was also aware of that. That's why they used this item. Which item did the killer use in order to leave no trace of blood behind? They used the tarp. The sheet, whatever you want to call it.
The sheet we found near the body.
Yeah, it would soak it all up. Leave nothing behind. It was used to wrap up the body. I see. Looks like all the pieces are starting to come together, eh?
But this means that the body definitely came from the well. If that's the case, wouldn't that mean Simon is the killer?
No, that's not necessarily the case.
But yesterday, Judge Courtney said...
If Mr. Keys was the killer, would he have needed to set up such an elaborate device?
I guess you have a point.
Mr. Keys was only responsible for dropping the body during the show, but he didn't know he was dropping a body. All that he thought he was doing was dropping weights to make himself get thrown into the air.
That's all he thought he was doing. In other words, it doesn't matter where the real killer was or what they were doing during the show. Until now, this place is the data on the people who did not watch the end of the show.
It's true. We all suspected Mr. Dogen.
But now is it the opposite? It's someone who knew about the show. The killer's true intent was to make us think that the murder occurred during the show. In other words, they used the device on the well to create a fake alibi. Miss Berry, do you know when this device on the well was set up?
Let me think. The day before the show. I think it was at night. We all started preparing at 9 p.m. He finished at around midnight.
The killer replaced the weights with the dead body afterwards. The device was set up with the body on the night before the show. Simon's device data updated. Simon used this for the big stunt during the show. Someone switched the weights with the body. Did Dogen know about the device? No. Even if he knew about the device, it wouldn't be possible for him to use it. You can't teach a dog to suspend a body in a well. In other words, Dogen is not the killer. Yeah. But who is then? Hey, there actually is something that connects these two. These were both done the night before the show. Yeah, what's that all about? This call was moved the night before the show. The body was also switched the night before the show.
I don't think it was just a coincidence.
It was the same time, but why? Keeping that in mind, the question now becomes, why was the cot moved? The cot used to be in front of that door. I can think of one reason why.
Somebody opened that door. Alright, let's hurry up and...
Bruh.
The door's locked. Let's ask a guard. Hey, Mr. Guard!
Hi. Yes, what is it? That was fast. Where did you come from? I've been here. You there. Where's the key to this door? The warden's in charge of it. I'll get it from her right away. Is it really her? But what? That's, I don't, could it? I didn't suspect her at all for most of this, but the only time I began to suspect her is when she seemingly just wanted us to get out and start the investigation the next day. That's the only time I started suspecting her, but could it really be her? If she's in charge of the key, the warden is in charge of the keys here. She would have the easiest time doing anything here. She gets full control of the place. Is it really her? Without the warden's permission, this door can't be opened. What is... That's gonna be quiet. What is going on?
Thank you very much.
What's this? It's a circuit breaker panel. This must be the breaker room.
On the night before the show, somebody came into this room. I wonder why they would come up here.
I don't think anyone would confuse the breaker room with the break room. It was definitely to operate the circuit breaker.
So someone came here to shut off the power to something.
Was there anything that had its power shut off? The camera! What could have happened had its power shut off by the breaker? The camera! That's right! The camera was turned off!
Take that!
The security camera footage had a 3-hour gap.
I see. The circuit breaker for the security camera was tripped.
It's highly possible.
Was this the killer's handiwork?
With the camera down, it'd be easier to move about. The killer would have a major advantage.
I knew it.
If that's the case, the killer was the person who tripped the breaker. The person in charge of the key to the breaker room is... It couldn't be. It's really her! What? I didn't suspect her at all until recently. What is happening? But why? Why would she kill? But it's the only thing that makes sense at this point now. She has access to the breaker room. She's the only one who could have easily gone on through all of this, who could have easily done anything. and relate to the crime. So, but why? It's the only thing that makes sense, though. It's her.
Deactivating the recreation.
There's no one else it could be. No one else makes as much sense as Roland. Oh dear, here we go.
I'm first to the scene as always.
Good morning, Mr. DeBest.
What? You? How'd you get here before me? Greetings, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I see you have arrived early.
Well, maybe it is you who are late, Judge Courtney.
I have many matters which require my attention. I have no time to waste. Unlike a certain prosecutor who was taken off the case. Oh, my apologies. I had forgotten that you were assisting the defense attorney.
An assistant can never be the best. You've fallen like the rest. You just say whatever you like, don't you?
Let us begin our examination of the courtyard. Sebastian?
All right, I'll call the men over.
Hold it!
That won't be necessary. That will be unnecessary. I was close. What? We have already finished the investigation of the courtyard. You've been bested.
Bested? Me?
Judge Courtney. Your reasoning from yesterday, watch me shatter it to pieces.
I would advise you to choose your words more carefully. Have you forgotten that the fate of your badge rests in my hands?
Forget the badge. I don't care about it anymore. Didn't I already tell you I don't care about it? I just want my client to be safe. I've had enough of such coercion. Can't you think of some other way to threaten me that does not involve my badge? I already told you I don't care about this thing anymore. You can put... Edgeworth just takes it off already and just gives it to her. I swear to God. See? You want it so badly. Here. Now what you got to threaten me with, huh?
Despite my repeated warnings, you show no signs of reflection. It seems I must remind you once more. The Prosecutorial Investigation Committee can't leave someone such as yourself unchecked.
I don't care about them. Neither the fate of my badge nor the actions of the committee will impede my progress. Proving Mr. Key's innocence. That is all that concerns me.
Your words are like those of a defense attorney. If you are willing to go that far, then I will show no leniency. In the name of the goddess of the law, I shall turn your words against you. And at that moment, you will forfeit the title of prosecutor. You shall regret this.
We shall see about that, Courtney. Judge Courtney's reasoning.
I shared my reasoning with you the day before. Since Mr. Elbert did not see the body when he passed through the tunnel, it could only have been dropped down the well during the show. The only one who could perform such an act is the suspect.
Naturally, you have evidence to support your reasoning. Of course she does. Who do you think she is?
Earlier, I received the official autopsy report.
Babysitting that kid must be difficult. I just feel bad for the best, man. The poor kid just gets ignored all the time, man.
The time of death was the night before the body was discovered.
That further... Oh... that really... Oh my... Okay. That really makes it even stranger for her.
In other words, the day before the show. The cause of death remains unchanged. A stab wound 4 inches deep.
Die from a stab wound to the neck.
Simon Keyes was not present on the stage for a period of 15 minutes. There was sufficient time for him to drop the body down to the well.
She has not investigated the courtyard yet. That means... It seems there's a hole in your argument.
You seem quite confident. Can you present evidence to support your claim?
Of course I can, and I will. Judge Courtney's reasoning. I shared my reasoning with you the day before.
Hold it!
So, you continue to believe Mr. Keys is the murderer?
Just as you continue to speak as if he is not. Do you have any decisive evidence? Do you know the identity of the true criminal?
You do realize you need proper evidence too.
I am a representative of the goddess of law. My words are her holy orders. Indeed, if I state something is black, it is black. If they state something is white, it is white.
So what you would call gray? So what would you call gray?
If you wish to disprove my words, then present your evidence at once.
Since Mr. Albert did not see the body when he passed through the tunnel,
Hold it!
couldn't it be possible that Albert just failed to notice the body?
Mr. Assistant's assistant, did you also enter the hole? Huh? How'd you know? I noticed that there was some mud stuck on your lovely hair ornament yesterday. That's amazing. Your powers of observation would even put a great thief to shame. In the name of the goddess of law, answer me truthfully. If there were a dead body in that tunnel, would it have escaped your notice? Well, the thing is, yeah, I think I would have noticed something like that. Do you understand now? Miss Albert did not see the body.
It could only have been dropped down the well during the show. Simon uses the... I presented the wrong thing at the wrong time. I'm wrong, Courtney. I'm a fool. Ow. Next time for sure, I will present evidence, I will silence whoever good. It can only have been dropped down the show during the well. Or, did I say that? It could only have been dropped down the well during the show. That's what I meant to say. Gosh dang it. The body was dropped down the well during the show. I'd like to hear your reasoning.
Did you just say that the show was dropped during the show was dropped up down the body during the well? Shut up! The day before the show, Mr. Albert lent the key to Mr. Knightley.
The key to Knightley's cell, huh?
Mr. Knightley escaped from his cell with the key and entered the cage Mr. Keys had prepared. Mr. Keys then removed the cage to the courtyard and proceeded to murder Mr. Knightley. The next day, when Mr. Albert passed through the tunnel, he did not come across the body. Please wait a minute. That doesn't seem right at all. Wasn't there a sweet smell in the tunnel? Mr. Knightley must have passed through it. Mr. Knightley passed through the tunnel after Mr. Albert did. Mr. Albert passed through the tunnel at the start of the show. However, the body wasn't found until the end of the show.
Which is why you believe the body was dropped during the show.
Yes, and there's only one person who could have carried out this act.
The only one who could have performed such an act is the suspect.
Hold it!
There is no one else who could have committed the murder.
I heard that Miss Berry was present on stage at all times. A great number of the prisoners were also watching the show. Even the prisoners who did not see it have sufficient alibis.
How about the guards?
Along with the warden, nearly everyone was watching the show.
But there must have been a chance for even one of them to approach the well.
During the show, none of the guards left their posts. That much is certain. They all testified as such.
She's left no room for oversight.
Do you finally admit it that only Simon Keys could have been the criminal?
Judge Courtney has not thoroughly examined the courtyard like we have. So there's a bit of a gap in her argument, right? I should review the evidence we obtained in the courtyard. I think I know now what he's talking about. The only one who could have performed such an act is the suspect. So, the thing we learned... anyone could have replaced the body at any time. In fact, everyone who was watching the show suddenly becomes suspicious. Unfortunately for you, Judge Courtney, your argument doesn't hold any water, just like the well. There was a device set up around the well here.
What is this device of which you speak?
Are you aware of the stunt in which Mr. Keys is blown away by the elephant during the show?
I have heard of it. It would have been right before he exits the stage.
He tied one end of a length of rope to himself, and then the other rope end to a set of weights. He was able to perform the stunt by dropping these weights down the well. Wouldn't he spent the whole play suspended up in the air? Oh, hang on. That's why he had the stopper attached to the weighted end. The stopper was removed by pulling another rope. Around the well, we found evidence that the weights were switched with the victim's body. This was done by the real killer in order to shift suspicion away from them. Judging from the time of death, the murder was carried out in the early morning of the show. The true criminal had until the time the show started to set up the device. But didn't Simon Keys make that thing? And since he was also the one who used it, he is the best suspect. Don't you agree? No, I don't. If Mr. Keys were the murderer, he would not have needed to do that. Miss Berry,
Yes?
was there anyone else who knew of the device he set up?
Well, let me see. Since we have to get everything about our show proved by the people here at the prison, I'd say there were others who knew about it.
And there you have it. Huh? What do you mean?
I see. You have indeed performed a thorough investigation. Which is why I'm even further perplexed.
Huh?
Why do you not use your efforts for justice?
My actions are not just. Who made that decision?
You cannot understand even that. Even now. Providing support to a defense attorney, despite being a prosecutor, is quite unnatural. This goes against the rules.
I am merely choosing to do what I think is right at this particular time. I travel down the road I have chosen. Your comprehension does not matter in the least. However, if anyone intends to interfere, I will show no mercy.
Perhaps this is a calling from the goddess of law. If you intend to rebel against her divine will,
I will have no choice but to hand down my verdict.
pay heed to my words. I have one more reason to suspect Simon Keys of murder.
All right, let's hear it then. One more reason. Reason for suspicion.
If the body came from the courtyard, how was Mr. Knightley brought here from the detention center? Only Simon Keys could have provided such an opportunity. Because of this fact, I find it most difficult to suspect any other party of this crime. While Simon Keys was moving the supplies for the show, he visited Mr. Knightley's cell. Does that not strike you as odd? Why else would he have brought a large covered cage with him? That does seem pretty suspicious.
Mr. Keys was merely that kind of person. It is entirely possible that he carelessly brought it to there.
If that's possible, then it is also possible that he was assisting in the escape. Am I wrong?
I suppose I must refute her theory with evidence. Reason for suspicion. If the body came from the courtyard... Hold on. You seem to believe that Knightley was killed in the courtyard. So, can you say when he was brought here?
On the day of the show, between midnight and 8 a.m. I am positive it could only have been during that time.
So after rehearsal had ended and before the show began...
The most pressing issue is...
How was Mr. Knightley brought here from the detention center? Are you certain that there were no other routes?
A trial date had not yet been determined for Mr. Knightley. Since he was not a prisoner, he could not have easily entered the prison. He would have stood out too much.
Meaning no one testified seeing him there.
Well done. May you be blessed by the goddess of law. As I said, Mr. Knightley was taken into the prison through a less conspicuous means.
Only Simon Keys could have provided such an opportunity. Are you certain that he was the only person who had the opportunity?
Have you forgotten? This is a prison. Due to the constant supervision, it would be impossible to do anything unusual.
Hold it!
Really? Then won't it be the same for Mr. Keys?
Overruled!
The warden has shown favor to the Very Big Circus. Simon Keys is a circus member. Miss Barry's apprentice, no less. It could only have been him. He was able to move about freely within the facility.
Objection!
It seems that you forgot to mention that.
Overruled!
The word forget does not exist in my dictionary.
Then, it would be prudent for you to add this to your argument. Mr. Keys may have been the only person who could move around freely in the prison, but on the day of the murder, there was a gap in time missing from the surveillance records. During that time, anyone could have done as they pleased. Do I have proof of this gap in the surveillance records? Are we talking about the security footage? Mr. Keys wasn't the only one who had the opportunity. Who else could have had the opportunity? The timestamp on the security camera is off by 3 hours. This means there was a 3-hour gap in time. During that time, anyone could have done it.
If that were the case, then a murderer would have created the gap in time intentionally. It would not have been in a simple camera failure. Are you saying that is possible?
Finally, it's possible if you had access to this. Finally, time to get to the heart of
Take
this.
that!
In this courtyard, we found the circuit breaker for the security camera, and it was possible to access the breaker room both before and after the murder.
Unfortunately, it appears that you have fallen short of your intentions. Mr. Edgeworth hasn't fallen short of anything. So can you explain how the murderer obtained the key to the breaker room?
Oh yeah, that's right. It was locked, wasn't it? The warden hangs on to the key, right?
The breaker room has great importance even in a prison. There is no one who would be able to obtain the key so easily.
Really? That's kind of foolish thinking, especially considering you just answered my own question for me. Who owns it? There's one person who owns the key, and of course, if you own it, it makes sense to use it whenever you like.
Objection!
And that person is our killer. Well, I can think of someone.
What'd you say?
This person, the murderer, was able to get the key. They didn't even need to steal it.
Objection!
There can't be anyone like that! That's... Besides, the breakers, the electrified fences in that room too! Only one person could have done this. I didn't want to believe it myself, but I trust that my logic is sound. It's time to bring out our criminal. The person who used the key to enter the breaker room is... Patricia Rowland!
Take that!
The murder is... Huh? You! Warden Rowland. Oh my, what an energetic little puppy. That's because this dog is extremely fond of sweets. Ah, may I ask, Miss Rowland, are you a sweet lover? It seems to detect a sweet scent on you. Oh, heavens no, I'm not even wearing perfume or anything of the sort. What the dog detects is the sweet scent of death. How poetic. However, does that not imply that I committed a murder? That's what I think. Ow! What?
The warden is the murderer? Mr. Edgeworth, are you serious about your statement?
How amusing. The very thought of a warden committing a murder. It's the only thing that makes sense.
and I trust the logic.
It sounds like something out of a mystery novel.
Precisely. Your reasoning is in contempt.
Hold it!
Is it? Nothing of the sort. I do not want to believe it up myself, but based on the evidence, I have no choice but to believe it. This evidence proves that Warden Roland is the murderer. Would it be the circuit breaker?
It's proves you're the murderer! I'm foolish! Foolish!
Oh, the sweet scent. Is that what you're telling me? Yeah. The smell gave you away. The sweet smell. As you can plainly see, someone's taken a notice.
This police dog.
He tracked a sweet smell that came from the body. And right now, he is telling us that the same scent is also on Warden Roland.
You're a cruel one to accuse me of murder based on something like that. Right, Justine, darling.
I think even her faith is being shaken.
It appears that Judge Courtney has reached the same conclusion as I have.
Mr. Edgeworth, this couldn't have been just a coincidence, could it?
The key to the breaker room and the same scent on the body. If it were only one, it could have been seen as such.
It appears we have reached a conclusion. We should now listen to what the warden has to say.
Indeed, until we do, we cannot close this case.
Oh my goodness, everyone with such scary faces. So I'm the only one who could have been the murderer. That just cannot be.
It's time. Here we go. Why I can't be the killer.
I heard all about the case from Justine Darling here. Had I committed the murder, it would have taken place inside the holding cell. But I couldn't have moved the body. I never went into the prison. I was caught up in my work. Up until the show, I was stuck in my office. Check up on me if you like. You'll find there's no record of me entering the prison. I don't know what reasoning you had, but I can say for sure. I could not be the killer.
But Missile burnt to you, pal. You gotta be the culprit.
Detective, you yourself know just as well as I do how that sounds.
Oh heavens, it's not possible. I already told you, I never went to the prison. If you think I'm lying, why don't you check the records?
She wants us to check the records. She does seem confident. For now, all we can do is listen to her and try and draw out more information.
I do hope you understand, Mr. Edgeworth.
I don't. That's why I need to know. Why would you kill Nightly? It doesn't make sense. But it makes sense that you could only be the culprit.
Hold it!
But why? From Judge Courtney, are you too close?
As close as fish and water. Are you jealous?
Jealous?
On the first day of the investigation, she filled us in on the situation. In exchange for our cooperation, she explained the details of the case to us. How could you say that? You're so mean, Justine, darling. The truth is the truth. I believe it should be as told as such.
For some reason, those two seem kind of scary. I feel threatened. Murder's eyes appear before me. The murder occurred in inside the cell. How can you be so certain about that? Well, everywhere else would have been under surveillance, right? And the victim's blood was found there too. The blood was actually from when he was struck by Elbert, but I don't think it's necessary to inform her of this fact. That doesn't mean it's proven. You do know that. But I see no contradictions in assuming the crime scene was at the detention center. But I couldn't have moved the body. I never went into the prison.
Hold it!
Okay. You never went into the prison. Do you have proof of this? My, can't you wait for me to finish? I was caught up in my work. Up until the show, I was stuck in my office.
Hold it!
Okay? You were in your office the whole time. Nothing strange happened. No, nothing at all. Were you looking for something? I'm not too good at tying up. I always forget where I put everything. The other day, I even lost track of an important piece of evidence.
How could you have made such a grave error?
If someone were to take something from me, I wouldn't even notice it the entire year. I guess it would be hard to attack with the key. Hard to attack with the key to the break room. On the day of the incident, I was working at my office and searching for my lost items. In other words, I couldn't have gone to the prison, and if I had wanted to, even if I'd wanted to. Check up on it if you like. You'll find there's no record of me entering the prison.
Hold it!
You did not enter the prison from the entrance. But what if there was another route? Oh my, are you suggesting something like a secret passage? I don't know if anything like that exists. It's my firm belief you did possess an alternate route. That route was neither the entrance nor a secret passage. The route you used was from here. Wait. Did she go through the...
Wait! The courtyard, that's right!
The barbed wire fence. You would have moved nightly to your office first. This office leads directly to the garden side of the courtyard. If you had moved through there, to here, and past the barbed wire fence, you would have arrived at the prison without passing through the entrance or a tunnel. I wonder what Mr. Edgeworth is saying. Haven't you noticed? There's a high voltage current running through the fence.
Yeah, obviously she couldn't have passed through it like that.
The current to the fence could be switched off at the breaker room. And you were the only one who had the key, Warden Roland. Huh? Most amusing. However, the breaker room is located on the prison side of the courtyard. How would the warden have accessed it from the detention center? Ah, quite right. Gotcha there, Mr. Edgeworth. If there is no record of her passing through the prison entrance, it would not have been possible for her to turn off the fence's breaker.
But Warden Roland was the only one who had access.
Don't let this phase you, Miles.
But if I don't have a solution for this, she'll get away.
Now, Uncle Red never said don't think, you know. It's just not good to be so stubborn about it, that's all.
But no matter how you think about it, Warden Roland couldn't have done this alone.
Wait, did she have an accomplice? An accomplice? Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you have failed to come up with a new She had an accomplice. And she had an entire prison's worth of accomplices to choose from. I am not, Mias. Interrupting my judgment, only to be silent. Without thinking, I just blurted out objection. I have to answer. I won't let this end here. My reasoning is not over yet. So, how'd she use the breaker without leaving the detention center? It's perfectly possible. With this method, one made it possible to turn off the breaker. She had to have an accomplice. It was indeed impossible for one person. But what if there were two? Exactly, just what I expected from you, Miles. Yes, you had an accomplice on the prison side. Enough. I am disappointed in you, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
What's that, pal? You're making fun of Mr. Edgeworth.
The inmates of this prison all wear bracelets.
You're right! But there's one who had a broken one.
If they try and go where they please, they will set off the alarm.
Ah,
So you've noticed. This is a prison after all. Not only the prisoners, but the guards too are under constant scrutiny.
So why didn't anyone notice Albert?
The only ones allowed to move around freely are the animals. And they certainly could not have used the breaker.
But it's still possible that a person did it.
Excluding the inmates and the guards, just what kind of person would you say it was?
Who said it can't be an inmate? We can't exclude the inmates and guards just yet. There was only one person, one whose movements was not restricted. This evidence shows that there was someone in the prison who could move around freely.
saw its bracelet. It was broken.
That is... It looks like the bracelet worn by the prisoners.
This belongs to a certain model inmate, and it's broken. And Roland kept mentioning how she did believe Salt was a model prisoner. It would seem that she also meant that he was quite the model accomplice.
What?
Just who on earth does this belong to? Frank saw it. Frank saw it, the warden's favorite inmate. Aha! Someone's a little nervous, isn't it? Don't you think it's strange? He managed to keep this hidden while he moves around freely in his daily prison life. Golly, when you think about it, it shouldn't be possible. I'd hazard a guess that this was because he was a special case. Just like Sir Hondogan in the special cell.
The prosecutor's statement is merely conjecture.
Really? You could find out by simply asking Saw himself. It is my firm belief that Mr. Saw and Warden Roland were partners in crime. Due to their collaboration, another route was surfaces. The real route by which Knightley's body was moved to the prison. There were two obstacles that needed to be dealt with. The security camera in front of Knightley's cell. And the electric fence in the courtyard. Both these problems could have been solved with a single stroke. By having Saw switch off the breakers in the breaker room. Huh?
Mr. Edgeworth, could you wait one moment?
Do you still intend to deny it, Warden Roland?
I give in. I confess. Warden Roland? No, this cannot be. Yes, it's just as he says. Frank Salt and I were partners in crime.
No way.
You did it, Mr. Edgeworth.
Well done, Miles. At last we have the real culprit cornered.
Like Mr. Edgeworth said, Frankie operated the breaker. But we were not responsible for the Knightley's murder.
What?
Warden Roland, whatever you mean.
Judge Courtney, would the gods of law hear my confession?
The goddess of law is merciful. She will absolve you.
I was being threatened. That's why I had no choice but to do as I was told.
So, who's threatening you?
Sir Hondogan, that assassin.
Dogan?
It's been going on since that man came to the prison. I would never forget that day.
Really?
When we were both alone, he suddenly said to me,
I have many dogs outside the prison.
"Dogs?
Loyal dogs who obey my every command.
I soon realized that what Dogan referred to were not really dogs, but his human henchmen. And that's not all he said.
You better watch how you treat me, if you don't want you and your family to become dog food."
I had no choice. I gave him the special cell. I gave him anything he desired.
Anything he desired?
You don't mean the supplier? That's right. Anything he ordered, I would deliver to him. An underground dealership. I was the one who won over Frankie. It was simple. I just offered him special privilege within the prison.
And the these underground dealings.
Interesting.
Once a week in the middle of the night, Frankie would shut off 2 of the breakers. So I could move from my office to the courtyard without being seen by the security camera. I'd go past the fence and drop the goods down the well near the prison. And then I'd sprinkle this perfume over it.
Ah, and that's the sweet smell, isn't it? So that's the true identity of the sweet scent.
The scent of perfume was a signal for Dogen's dog. After picking up the scent, he would carry the goods to Dogen. Of course, this had to be done while Elbert was away from his cell.
I'm surprised you never found out about it, pal.
We have a strict timetable here at the prison. Mealtime, exercise time. It's easy to know when he's away from his cell. And since little Rocky is afraid of Dogen's dog, I didn't have to worry about him making noise.
So having full knowledge of the prison's inner workings, she made the deliveries herself. This would have ensured that there were no slip-ups.
Frankie would then turn the breakers back on in the early morning, and the delivery was complete. I then modified the timestamp on the security camera.
You have told us a great deal. The gods will accept this pertinent confession.
As the warden of the prison, how could I have done such a foolish thing? The day Knightley was killed was also a delivery day. It seems Frankie was working the breakers as usual. But that day I had nothing to send, so I did not go to the courtyard at all.
The secret of the supply system. So then Warden Roland was...
The police have been searching for Dogen's henchmen for ages. I've also been helping them, but
You never found him.
I've been interrogating him personally in my office. But no matter how much evidence we have on him, we can't get a single word out of him.
It was never... to the reason you kept on interrogating him.
Yes, it was the finest henchman. I borrowed all the evidence from the police and carried out the interrogation myself. I kept an eye on all of his actions, examined all of his mail.
Mail? Like his correspondence chest letters.
But I could never uncover the true identity of his henchmen. This fear, it's something you can never understand.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, you were listening, right? I'd say this confession clears the warden of all suspicion. Is it really necessary to press her further on this?
Is it necessary to press her further? I'm not convinced. Judge Courtney, my questioning isn't over yet. I'm sure the gods of law isn't satisfied yet either.
You mean to badger this woman further?
Even if she was threatened by Dogen, this does not prove she was not the culprit in the case. She was able to use the supply route to transport Knightley's body.
Do you have any evidence to support this?
The body gave off a sweet scent. The scent of perfume that was used to signify a delivery. Can you explain this fact?
Oh, of course. Since I have made so many deliveries, the scent would have lingered around the well. When the body was moved through the well, the scent would have transferred to it.
Mr. Elbert also testified to this fact.
That's it. For some reason, that well gave off a nice scent.
A nice scent.
I don't know what it was, but it smelled sweet, like candy.
The lingering scent in the well would, of course, be picked up by anything passing through.
Ugh.
The defense rests, I see. In that case, court is adjourned.
Mr. Edgeworth, isn't there anything we can do?
What should I do? Is this as far as I can go?
Is it over already?
Yes, Sebastian, it is. And now, court is officially adjourned.
Huh? Who?
Who was that?
Ray! What are you...
It's not nice of you to adjourn things just like that, Courtney Pie.
Mr. Shields,
Are you objecting to the court adjourning?
Of course not. I ain't got no objection or anything like that. Go ahead and adjourn courts. Do whatever you like.
Hey, what are you doing, Mr. Shields?
Whoa there, calm down, Kay. Who wants some chocolate?
Is this a joke?
You'll have to excuse me. I just have one tiny request to make. As Simon Key's attorney,
That's right. You are the defense attorney in charge of this case, aren't you?
Exactly. Did y'all forget? That's so mean.
But you just left everything to Mr. Edgeworth and didn't do anything at all.
Yes, that's right. That's why I thought I'd do my job a bit.
Do your job? That hardly sounds like you at all.
It's to prepare for the trial. I'd like to ask the warden a few questions.
Surely you jest. What more would you expect to hear from her?
Well, Miss Warden, I'd like to hear your thoughts on the culprit.
My thoughts?
Uncle Ray believes that Simon is not the culprit. It seems that Miss Warden also suspects someone other than Simon.
You're right. What? Then who does she think it is?
I'd like to hear you out.
Mr. Edgeworth, what's Mr. Shields up to?
He's trying to get it away from Simon. It's true though. Oh, it sounds like Roland isn't trying to push all this blame onto Simon. It sounds more like she's trying to do someone else. Sounds more like she's trying to push onto Dogen, maybe. He's trying to lure Roland into testifying. Why was the supply route used to transport the body? I'd say it was to pin the crime on Dogen.
I see.
If he committed a murder here, he would be transferred to another prison. One with tighter security.
And that would get rid of the troublemaker.
Exactly. She wouldn't pass up a chance like that. So that's the motive then.
That might be what the motive is then.
The reason she killed Knightley is to pin the blame on Dogen. That way she could just have him get away and she could have her perfect prison. Hey, hold on a sec. A culprit besides Simon? What do you mean? Simon was the one I was supposed to prosecute. Exactly. So wouldn't it be better if DeBass was also listening to what she has to say?
Amazing, Mr. Shields. We have to drag Mr. DeBest into this too.
Warden Rollin,
Is this acceptable?
oh, you! It's fine. It's fine. You understand a woman's heart. Thank you, mademoiselle. Actually, I've thought this over. I'd like to tell you my thoughts. You'll let me speak, won't you, Justine darling?
Of course. You may speak. Mr. Shields, awesome!
Phew, that was close shave. Thank you, Mr. Shields. No, I'm still leaving the rest to you. Remember what I said? A defense attorney never gives up. The fate of our client rests on our shoulders, after all. It'd be uncool if Uncle Ray didn't put that into practice. Now then, Miles, it's your turn to show you'll never give up. Right. Well then, will you listen to my story?
Let's see who you pin it on. My story.
I believe that the culprit in this case could only have been Dogen. I have no idea what transpired between Dogen and the victim. It simply could have been that Dogen was displeased with him. In any case, he was the one who stabbed the victim to death. He probably had a dog dispose of the body. This is the truth of the case. The victim, Mr. Knightley, was it? I think it was a truly terrible thing. Taking a man's life, you mean? That's how you go about saying it, isn't it? If only I'd been more vigilant, his death would not have happened. That's why I want to clear up his regrets.
Warden Rollin, I'll consider it. I'm sure Mr. Knightley in heaven is overflowing with gratitude.
Is gratitude really what Knightley feels? Also, you know what? I'm not going to press that statement any further. That's a different statement to press entirely. Leave the culprit in this case could only have been Dogen. She's gonna end up making a big slip here now. Oh, she is determined to get rid of Dogen by any means necessary.
You seem very confident of that. How can you be so sure? The children of this home are all good little boys and girls. Believe in yourself, believe in your friends, and believe in me and the guards. There's no way any of these hard-working children could have committed a murder.
Quite an emotional reason. Makes sense, coming from someone like her.
Only Dogen would be capable of doing something like that.
I have no idea what transpired between Dogen and the victim. Knightley was being held in the detention center, and Dogen was in the prison. They couldn't make any contact. Don't you think that would have prevented trouble?
The prisoner quite confined, right? There were many ways for them to meet. Knightley was murdered days before he would have been sentenced to prison. Surely there weren't many ways a meeting could have occurred. Even without a direct meeting, Dogen can still cause trouble. Mark my words.
It simply could have been that Dogen was displeased with him. What could Knightley have done in the detention center to displease him?
That was just an example. You don't have to take it so seriously. Didn't I already say that I have no idea what transpired between them? Nevertheless, you certainly are a serious one, Edgeworth dear.
What's this? That piercing gaze.
Always standing straight and stiff. Very nice. Looking very clever, my dear. I think I'm about to become your biggest fan.
Mr. Edgeworth, stay focused. It's just a flesh wound.
Right.
Is this some form of psychological warfare? Oh god, I need Phoenix's help. What do you want me to do? I'm terrified just like you, Edgeworth. Where are you, Phoenix? How do I hear you? I don't know, I just got here. I'm just gonna eat popcorn and watch this. I'd like to hear your thoughts on the circumstances surrounding the murder.
Well, I suppose it was a simple job. During his booking, I learned that the victim had some kind of injury to his neck. He couldn't turn his neck to the right. I remember him saying something like that.
Booking? That's the process one undergoes before being locked up in the detention center. It sounds like you don't really know a lot about Knightley.
I only know a little. In any case, he would have been an easy target for Dogen. Perhaps he used the chisel hidden in the chessboard.
Oh.
The victim wouldn't even have a chance to scream.
I see. Your opinion will be a very valuable reference. Could you add those last statements to your testimony?
Oh, you're making me blush. You're so cute.
Stop.
I'm just kidding. I'll continue.
Perhaps you used the chisel hidden in the chessboard. Really? The chisel hidden in the chessboard? Whoopsie. How did you know that? How indeed did you notice that? Warden Roland, you certainly are sharp-witted.
Hey, enough with the titles. Call me Patty. Patty.
Okay. However, there's something you are a little too knowledgeable about.
Oh, embarrassed. You're such an inexperienced child, Edgeworth dear.
Ugh. Fight on, Mr. Edgeworth.
You said you didn't really know much about Knightley. If that's the case, how did you know about the chisel inside the chessboard?
Oh, of course. The entrance check.
That's impossible. Enough with the poor excuses. The entrance check? The chessboard wasn't something that Knightley brought with him. It was brought to him later by Mr. Keys. He didn't even have it when he arrived here.
That's a mistake. I meant the pulse check.
A little late for that. Even if we assume that, there are still many suspicious points. Why wasn't such a chisel immediately confiscated? Oh, what the? Wait, what? Her whole coat! Her whole coat just like shivered. Is her whole coat made of animals? Oh god. Judge Courtney, did you tell anyone about the trick to this chessboard?
I did not.
If no information about our investigation was leaked, then how did you find out? You could not have examined this during the entrance check or parcel check.
Certainly. Someone in the warden's position would never have let a chisel slip by.
Exactly. So answer this, Warden Roland. When and how did you learn about the chessboard secret? In that case, I shall answer for you. It is because... Huh?
I give up, Edgeworth dear. It is as you say. I interrogated Knightley. That's how I learned about it. The chessboard. But please believe me, I didn't kill anyone.
I don't believe you for a second.
Enough.
It would appear that we have uncovered some vital information. I'll ask you to testify once more, if that's all right with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
No objections here. I always love some testimony.
Thank you, Edgeworth Theory. I'll do my best.
Oh, do your best, all right. Do your best to fall on your face.
Well then, Warden Roland, I trust there will be no lies from here on out.
Her pool of lies is slowly running dry. Soon I will bring out her true nature. It's time. My story part 2.
I wouldn't go so far as to call it an interrogation. I always make sure to talk to all the new arrivals. Mr. Knightley, yes, we had a little chat. After our talk, he went right back to his cell, I assure you.
She's piling lies on top of lies, not realizing that it only tightens the noose around her neck.
You speak with the new prisoners, you say? That's right. I'm glad you understand.
Stop. Your testimony is not solid evidence. It requires more than just understanding.
Well then, Prosecutor Edgeworth, you may begin your cross-examination.
At the very least, it feels like Courtney is not really so, difficult on us anymore.
I wouldn't go so far as to call it an interrogation.
You're certain you interrogate him the day before the show?
Yes, around 3 a.m. on the 27th.
3 at night. That matches the time of death on Knightley's autopsy report. You summoned him to that late at night when he wasn't asleep.
Well, our guard was attacked in Knightley's cell, remember? After that incident, we checked his cell and inquired about his circumstances. I'm sure that excitement made us sleep. Knightley was wide awake, you know?
So, even though it was highly irregular, you still carried out this late-night interrogation.
Edgeworth, dear, you're so mean. It may have been irregular, but the truth is I had him moved. You can call it what you like. It still doesn't change the facts.
Please excuse him. I'll give my incompetent apprentice a good scolding later. But for now, mademoiselle, what did you mean when you said you had him moved?
I thought it was a bit obvious, monsieur. I spoke to him in my office.
Her office? The route she used to move Knightley's body. Please add that statement to your testimony.
Of course.
Around 3 a.m. the day before the show, the victim was brought into my office. And where is your office located exactly?
You know the sign in the detention center hallway? You mean the one that says no entry? Yes, it's just a short walk up that aisle. About 5 minutes from the cell block.
I heard that the room exits into the courtyard.
Of course. That side of the courtyard is my private garden. Oh, I get it. You're going to say I used that route to move the body.
Indeed. You must have been able to use it, if you use that route.
For now, that is merely a possibility. There's no decisive evidence to support it.
But there is no other way the body could have been moved.
Surely you haven't forgotten my theory that Simon Keys dropped the body in the well?
That's right. That's right. What she said. Pursuing this point further would be hazardous. What did you talk about?
What indeed? It was just trifling conversation. What kind of animals he liked, what his hobbies were, that sort of thing.
Hobbies? I assume you mentioned chess?
Oh yes, that's all Knightley would ever talk about. Now that I think about it, the notes he had in his room, it probably had something to do with chess too.
Swan Roland saw Knightley's note. Really? Wait. You saw his notes? I don't think I pressed this line yet. And what was Knightley like during the interrogation?
He was very honest. Mr. Knightley was...
Honest, pal?
He also talked about croissants and some kind of promo. And croissants and chess piece promotions, I presume. It looks like he was his usual chess-loving self.
After our talks, he went right back to his cell, I assure you.
If he really returned to his cell, there's no way he would be a corpse now. I know you're suggesting that I killed him during the interrogation, but I couldn't possibly have had a motive to kill it, Knightley. Could I?
Dogen was the only one I hated, and he had no connection with the victim.
She only hated Dogen. Please add that statement to your testimony. Dogen was the one I hated, and he had no connection with the victim. That's what I needed. That's exactly what I needed. Dogen did have a connection with the victim. A very interesting one. Where is it? 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 There. There's a very interesting connection between these two. One that gave you good reason. Judge Courtney, I'd like you to have a look at this.
It looks like a record of a chess game. Is there something wrong with it?
Its existence. This was discovered in the victim's cell. It was Knightley's memo. Warden Roland, you also discovered this note in the very same place. And not just in Knightley's cell, but in Dogen's too, correct? What are you... Don't say that you don't know about the chessboard in the special cell. Yeah, you would have given it to him, supplier. After all, you would have kept an eye on Dogen's actions, down to the smallest details. No, to be more precise, it wasn't Dogen that you needed to keep an eye on.
The warden was searching for Mr. Dogen's henchman.
From the start, I found it strange that the warden interrogated the prisoner as personally. Did she think... Wait, hang on. Did she think that Knightley was one of Dogen's henchmen? Since he used his henchmen to threaten harm to her family. Warden Roland interrogated Dogen to expose them.
So, what are you saying?
As you inspected Dogen's mail, you must have known that he played correspondence chess. And then Knightley appeared with a chess memo in hand. We deduced that he and Dogen were connected. You must have arrived at the same conclusion as well. However, you went one step too far in your reasoning. You thought Knightley was one of Dogen's henchmen who had come to kill you. So, that's why you interrogated Knightley boy. If the boss won't crack, go after his henchmen. In addition, you discovered something when you were interrogating him. Inside his chessboard, you found a portable chisel.
The murder weapon.
To Warden Roland, the chisel was a symbol of Dogen. And that was the final straw. You believed Knightley was one of Dogen's henchmen and you killed him. It seems there will be no rebuttal. Judge Courtney, your verdict.
That is incredibly unfortunate. There seems to be no room for doubt. I shall announce my verdict for the murder of Horace Knightley.
What now?
Twice my sacred verdict has been interrupted. Who was that?
Uh-oh.
Warren Roland. Oh, how strange. You guys really don't understand anything.
It would seem the one who doesn't understand is you.
Me? Oh, I understand one thing very well. There's a huge contradiction in your logic, Mr. Edgeworth.
What? What is your pet doing there? Weep. Once she's cornered, she starts spouting nonsense. Pay no heed. Judge Courtney, your verdict. This is the... Gosh dang it. This is what always happens to Edgeworth in the games, and while it's always in our favor that the judge will listen to Phoenix, now it's working against us. Gosh dang it.
I'm interested in hearing what the warden has to say.
What? No one listens to me.
I thought so. I just have one thing I want to say.
One?
Please take a good look at the autopsy report. The autopsy report? The one I brought with me?
I heard exactly what you said earlier, Justine, darling. You said the wound was 4 inches deep.
Oh, crap.
4 inches? No way. Could that tiny chisel really have made a wound 4 inches deep?
Impossible!
How could I have made such an error? Oh, forgive me, goddess of law. Well, I believe that overturns your hypothesis. What will you do now, Miss Edgeworth? What will we do?
It'll be all right, pal. Mr. Edgeworth always...
What do you... Whoa, hey now, he's gonna what?
Hey, you're a defense attorney, aren't you? Isn't there something you can do, pal? Do that turnabout thing. They make some earth-showering objection.
Uncle Ray's a hard worker, but without decisive evidence, we're just whipping a dead horse here.
Does that mean it's hopeless?
There's gotta be something. The true killer is Warden Roland. If it's not her, then nothing that's happened fits. But the chisel isn't the murder weapon. Are there any other sharp objects here?
There are still many mysteries remaining in this case.
However, we do not have the evidence to solve them at this present time. We have no choice but to continue this battle in the courtroom.
Objection.
Oh! That would just give the killer a chance to destroy evidence.
Are you mocking the court?
No, I didn't mean anything like that. You look perplexed, Mars. Thought of anything yet?
The chisel is not the murder weapon. In that case, what is? It's no use. We're back to where we started. No objections, Prosecutor Edgeworth. By the way, any baseless statements will be punished accordingly. There's gotta be something. It's no good. I can't think of anything. I need more time. I regret to say I have... Huh?
No, Mr. Edgeworth, remember what Mr. Shields said. If we give up, Simon will... Have you forgotten that sad look on his face? He was the one who suffered most from Knightley's death. If we can't save him, who will? Besides, Simon believes in us. So we can't give up.
Hey. Miles. Looks like you found a good partner. It's like little Kay says. Whenever your back's into a corner, think of your client. Keep fighting until the very end. Isn't that the feeling you're getting? Gregory, your man. No matter what trouble he faced, he would always turn things around and save his client. You've got his blood in you, right? In that case, you're the only one who can turn this around.
Judge Courtney, the look in your eyes has suddenly changed. If you do intend to speak, you better be prepared to face the consequences. Your logic thus far has been misplaced numerous times. If this were to happen again, I will consider you unfit to call yourself a prosecutor. And you will hand over your badge. That's right. My reasoning about this case has indeed been misplaced numerous times. Have I made a grave miscalculation? Wait, my logic is misplaced. Still silent. I cannot condone this waste of time. Well then,
Mr. Edgeworth!
Mr. Edgeworth, I will announce my verdict. That's it. I have to turn my logic around. My logic isn't misplaced. It's been misled. This court finds the defendant, Simon Keyes. It's time to do something a little weird. Isn't it a little early to hand down a verdict? I actually think it's rather late. Don't you agree, Justine, darling? Enlighten us. Try to remember the eyewitness account about his dog and his absence from the animal show. When I first heard that information, my suspicion immediately fell on Dogan. I'm amazed you take such pride in telling your previous failings.
Hold it!
Did I? But was that not the killer's aim? What if we assume that was their intention from the start? Of course, the chisel served the same purpose. Here's a misdirection. Knightley's body was stabbed in the same spot with multiple sharp objects. This shows that he was stabbed with the chisel after the real murder weapon was removed. By soaking this chisel in Knightley's blood, the killer wanted to mislead us into thinking the chisel was the murder weapon. Exactly. Why? That's because... Why did the killer want us to think the chisel was the murder weapon? To get Dogen expelled. Warden Roland, you made use of this chisel's image. Your chisel's image? What are you trying to say?
Hold it!
Oh? Mr. DeBest, when you see this chisel, what does it suggest to you? Huh? Something like, Dogen is the killer, right? Now, do you understand? That was the Warden's aim.
Ah, she wanted us to suspect the person with the chisels.
Indeed, that was her plan from the very beginning. To make Sohan Dogen out to be the killer. I understand your logic. It is true that Warren did not think kindly of Dogen. But you understand, don't you? This alone does not prove she is the killer. As I thought, it's not enough. The remaining chance is for me to find the real murder weapon. If you have no more evidence, I believe this conversation is over.
Objection!
I could prove it if I found the real murder weapon.
Objection!
It doesn't matter what you say. We did a clean sweep of this place.
Is that Sebastian says? In the end, we cannot find any weapons. In other words, such proof is impossible.
Objection!
No. The murder weapon must still be somewhere in the prison. I think I know where it is. There's one thing that's been left unsolved. As long as this exists. The security gate... You remember its name after all.
Are you mocking me? It's because of those things. Then you can't take metal objects out in or out of this place.
Thanks for saying it for me, buddy. You're right. Right. As long as those security gates exist, the murder weapon should still be here.
That also means no weapons could have been brought into the prison. In the end, we're back to the same mystery after all.
Judge Courtney.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, surely you've realized, if the real murder weapon is still in the prison, one must also consider how it got there in the first place.
The chisel was concealed within the chessboard. But the chisel is not the real murder weapon, which means the real murder weapon must have been smuggled in somehow.
The way it was smuggled in. Can you prove that?
How Warden Roland brought the weapon into the prison? You have evidence transferred from the precinct. Yes, we barred all the evidence concerning Dogen. I've been interrogating him personally in my office, but...
That's it! She could have used that!
This shows another way that a weapon could be brought into the prison. Wait... Is this? Yesterday, Dogen said this. Yes, my bells. There are only two in the world. Only two?
They're custom made, attached to my knife in Anubis' collar. Even though I can only rely on my ears, I can easily identify them. Alas, one has been confiscated and is not in my possession. The missing bell. It's possible the murder weapon was brought in as confiscated evidence. Dogen's knife was confiscated and stored on premises. Yes. Furthermore, a bell was attached to the knife.
It can't be. The bell and that chisel.
Exactly. The killer took it from the knife and reattached it to the chisel.
But the only fingerprints on the chisel are Knightley's.
The killer probably wore gloves when they made the switch. She made the chisel out to be the murder weapon by attaching Dogen's bell. And in doing so, she made Dogen appear to be the culprit. Furthermore, the handling of the set of evidence that this bell originally belonged to was only possible for someone with the proper authority.
Who, sir? Who had the authority?
Why don't we ask the warden what she thinks?
You can find bells anywhere. Anyone could have attached it, right?
What about custom made? I see. So you don't know. These bells are Dogen's trademark. There are only 2 in the world.
What?
And so, attaching the bell would naturally make you the killer.
You have evidence that I have the knife. You don't, do you?
Of course. I understand. In that case, Mr. DeBest, I'd like to request an investigation immediately. Well, but if you find it, it'd probably be problematic for me. That doesn't matter now. It is necessary that we reveal the truth. You are a prosecutor, are you not? Well, even if you say that.
Curse this useless prosecutor! If only I had still had investigative rights!
Besides, we can't investigate without the warden's permission, right? There's no way she would approve. We have no choice but to investigate ourselves.
If you don't have evidence, there's no use in continuing this conversation.
The gods of law does not smile upon those with no evidence. This will have to be continued in the courtroom.
It's somewhere. Not good. If we give the warden more time here, she'll definitely destroy the evidence. It seems like I have no choice but to raise an objection and stall for time. But I don't have anything definite. Is that really acceptable? Is it really like me to do something like this reckless? No, not good. Now is not the time for hesitation. Right now, I'm not a prosecutor, but an attorney's assistant. I need to protect my client. I'm the only one who can save him now. In that case, only one choice. Even if it's a 1 in a million chance, I have to take it. It's sink or swim. Should I raise an objection? 1 in a million. It almost feels like I've turned into a certain bluffing defense attorney. But right now, I can't come to a standstill here. No. Hold it.
Prosecutor Edgeworth. What now?
I just realized something.
What would that be? Pray tell.
Naturally, the whereabouts of the real murder weapon. Dogen's knife.
Mr. Edgeworth, is that really true?
Yes. Though it is a lie.
I find that hard to believe. This isn't a bluff, is it?
You underestimate me. The word bluff does not exist in my dictionary. This is bad for my heart.
There's no way you could know, because such a thing doesn't even exist.
Well then, could you enlighten us? Where's the real murder weapon?
I have one guess. It's also a 1 in a million shot, but it's the only one that I can really rely on. Think. Somewhere the police didn't look. A blind spot in this animal-filled prison. A hiding place the warden would have complete confidence in. That further confirms what I think. Hiding place? Come to think of it. It was inevitable. Anubis, show them your mouth. Yes!
The same method. No, it couldn't be, could it? There aren't that many ways to hide things from an investigator's eyes. It's time. Prosecutor Edgeworth, how long do you intend to keep us waiting? It's possible, but I'm taking a big gamble here. The place where the real murder weapon is hidden is here.
Take that!
Check that. Here, in the courtyard. Indeed. That's not enough information. Please, show us in more detail. Where is the real murder weapon hidden?
Right in that gator's mouth. Right in that gator's mouth.
I hit the wrong button. That's it. Back then.
Huh?
Yeah, why was it detecting metal? What's the matter, detective?
It looks like the metal detector is reacting to this alligator.
Really? Why?
Of course. That's why the metal detector reacted. I think it's game over for you, Roland. Judge Courtney, I'd like you to take a look at this. The chisel. Wasn't that just the fake murder weapon? Dogen hid this chisel inside his dog's mouth. And the real murder weapon was hidden in a very much the same way. The real murder weapon is in the pond, inside the alligator.
What?
We can confirm that the metal detector reacted to the alligator. Judge Courtney, please have the inside of the alligator examined. I give my consent. We'll have to call a veterinarian.
I can make that a little girl open her mouth. Can I help?
Yes, go ahead. Deal the finishing blow, if you will, please, Regina. Warden Roland, discovering the real murder weapon will settle this matter once and for all. Why don't you do the honorable thing and confess now?
What would I have to confess?
In that case, you can just wait for your fate to be sealed.
We found it, sir.
Just where you said it would be.
Exactly. It's over, Roland. It's over. Patricia Rowland, the real murder weapon is none other than Dogen's knife. And the one who murdered Horace Knightley can only be you. It's over.
Dogen was the evil one. I didn't do anything wrong. It was completely reasonable. That guy was one of Dogen's henchmen. Him. If only he had never come to my home. I could at least still be happy. My special paradise. He ruined it. All of it. Him. A no-good assassin. Him.
Well, there you go. Oh! Whoa! There we go. Finally. She was wearing a prisoner's outfit. That was an okay, hang on. I'll wait to give my thoughts until we're truly done with the case. March 28th, 12:34 p.m., Detention Center hallway. Mr. The Best of the Best. We have the results. The best of the best? Looks like even the forensics officers have it tough. We found traces of Knightley's blood on Dogen's knife. It was just like you said. You're the best, Mr. The Best. All right, good job. But don't stop there. Keep the praise coming. Yes, sir. You're so incredible. It brings tears to my eyes. From sorrow?
Well done, Sebastian. Next comes the follow-up investigation.
What are you talking about, Justine? Hasn't the case been solved already? We have not yet confirmed if Knightley truly was one of Dogen's henchmen. There's also a chance that Warden Roland jumped to the conclusions. Oh! That is the remaining uncertainty in this case. Anyway, let's keep investigating. Hey, you there, come with me. Since I'm the best, the truth will appear before me first. When that moment arrives, make sure you don't miss it. Yes, sir. I'm looking forward to witnessing your first ray of ability. Let's go!
A silly kid.
We live in troubling times, wouldn't you agree? The would-be assassin of the president was found murdered in the prison.
Yeah? Natalie had not planned to assassinate the president.
The truth is not as vital as you seem to believe it to be. Not to the world. Not to the law. That can't be right. Believe what you will. However, as long as Prosecutor Edgeworth remains a prosecutor, is an inescapable reality.
A prosecutor is not someone who demands a guilty verdict. That is what I believe.
Those are merely your values. The law is not the plaything of any one person. If you will not submit to that, you will do well to prepare for the consequences.
What's that supposed to mean, pal? Don't tell me you're gonna...
Now then, this is where I must take my leave. Prosecutor Edgeworth?
Judge Courtney is right. The law should not serve any one person's desires. However, if the truth is bent as a result of that, can that really be called justice? Simon!
Simon!
Money the monkey! Boss! Boss!
What happened? They said you could come out already?
Honestly, I don't know for sure. All of a sudden, they were like, you're free to go, and you should thank Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, that's because he found out who the real murderer was.
Really? He did? Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah, I guess I did. No. Even if you glare at me like that, it's useless. I'm innocent after all. You can't make me guilty.
Simon, you should thank him, you know?
You're right. Thank you very much.
I want to thank you too.
Good grief. Mr. Defense Attorney, can I ask you just one more question? Yes, you may. But I'm not a defense attorney. I thought that Knightley and I were friends. No, I mean best friends. I always thought we were.
You don't think so anymore?
Well, I'm just wondering. There were some things I had no idea about. Like how he could hate someone enough to kill them. That's why maybe he never trusted me either. I don't know about that, buddy.
Simon, that's not true.
You're lying. Because if I had known, I could have stopped him. I would have told him he had no need to be angry with anyone. Mr. Keys, I don't think he disliked you either. Let's show him proof that Knightley trusted him. I think it's a chessboard.
Take that!
He trusted you to get this for him, didn't he? That's what I gave to... Knightley hid a chisel inside it. Most likely to aid in his escape. Escape? He used me? I won't quite say that, but in a way, yes. He trusted in you. He knew you'd bring it to him without looking into it, and without question. And in doing just that, you were caught up in everything.
Looks like he gets it. Simon's not as dumb as he looks, after all. I'm sure he'll be back to normal by tomorrow.
Was that supposed to be a compliment? I'll be strong. I'll become a splendid wild animal tamer, for Knightley's sake. Excellent. That's the spirit. Yeah, you go! I almost forgot. If you'd like, please come to our next show. There he is. There's that son of a gun. I'll also be performing in it.
The very big circus is always fabulous and fun for all ages. Oh, that sounds like fun. Let's go, Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, I'll think about it.
Oh, we need to get back to practicing right away. You'll be with the Regent today.
What? The tiger? No, wait, no.
Oh, it'll be fine. He's a good boy.
No way. There's no way it will be fine. Run, Simon. Please cut me a break, boss! And there they go. Yep.
Are you happy?
But man, bravo, bravo! You really put on a good show today, Miles.
It's all thanks to you, Mr. Shields. Without your help, she might have gone away. Not to mention allowing us to continue the investigation.
Oh man, cut it out already. You're gonna make me blush.
I never know when you are being serious.
Uncle Ray's always serious. So I was, Miles. How did it feel at being a defense attorney to save people?
A defense attorney.
But that really took me back. It was just like being next to the old man again. It's been a while since I felt this good.
It was, well, it's somewhat difficult to say it was a good thing.
Come on, Miles. Are you sure you don't want to be a defense attorney?
What?
You know, pick up where your father left off. Don't you want to save people like he did?
What are you talking about, pal? Mr. Edwards is a prosecutor.
But is it really that unusual for a prosecutor to become a defense attorney these days?
Unusual isn't the problem here.
Hey, don't be so upset. It's normal, you know? Normal.
It's not.
Normal, pal.
You'd all make for a powerful defense team.
Mr. Shields, I'm a prosecutor.
And Uncle Ray is a defense attorney.
That's why I'm being serious about this.
Well, that's just my opinion. Feel free to drop by anytime if you have a change of heart. I'll be waiting for you.
See you later, Ray.
Follow in my father's footsteps. Me. Become a defense attorney.
I'm gonna become a defense attorney just like my dad.
Aww. Should I become a defense attorney? Like my father?
What an insane case! Holy crap! That was awesome! A brand new episode has been added. The Inherited Turnabout. That was insane! That was an amazing second case. Like, absolutely fantastic. I can't believe how good that was. That was awesome. Like, I didn't know who the criminal was for a while. Oh, lots of twists and turns. There's good laughs along the way. Edgeworth pointing at an elephant. This was an amazing case. I cannot believe how good that was. But that just makes me even more excited for the next case. But we will have to save that for another day. Okay. Thank you all so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. And I hope to see you all later. Peace.